he picked the wrong family, and not scared of a conflict, and we're not scared. We're not running. We're coming at him.
Well, good afternoon, friends. I hope everyone's doing well. I am Franky Rose, and this is the Think Tank. So I am actually on a couple hours early, basically due to this balloon that has been flying around. Allegedly, let's see here, allegedly, the military has that, or military, I guess Biden has said that he's planning on shooting this thing down. So I'd love to know what you think. Let me see. I don't think there's any sound or no. So what do you guys think? I'm finding the thing terrifying, personally. I prefer watching the Eagles. So depending on what happens here, I must, hey, AJ, good to see you, friend. What are you thinking about this balloon? I even came on early because Biden's planning on shooting it down over the Atlantic, I think they said. So I thought, oh, hold on and see if anybody else is interested. It scares the crap out of me personally. The thing with, I don't know, different countries, what the hell's inside of that thing if they choose to shoot it down? So yeah, the rest, like I say, I'm a couple hours early. I do have set up some of the cases that have been going on. Koberger, it looks like there's a little bit coming out about him. And there's Alec Baldwin. I don't know if we'll touch on that. We'll have to see. Depending on kind of how this goes as far as this damn balloon. And then, of course, there's the Murdaugh case. I've been doing it live every day. And honestly, I don't, I have to rewatch it because while you're streaming, you miss a lot. And yeah, I'd love to talk about that with you as well. Just hope it doesn't start something bigger with them. Why did they have to do this to begin with? That's kind of my thoughts, AJ. I just found out this morning that they came through like Canada, and past basically where I located to get into Montana. And I'm like, what the F are they up to? And I worry about airborne substances inside of that thing. They're saying that one side of it's got kind of like panels, sort of like, what would you say? Just panels. I don't know, panel. I should look and see if I can get a commentary from somebody. I'll see if anybody here that is following that won't mind me hooking on. Because it does. It scares the living crap out of me. I don't have that much faith in humanity, I'm sad to say. And I mean, while they're doing this, are they like letting things out of that? Like we always worry about chemtrails. Are they doing something funky like that? Like, unreal. I'm not having any luck there. I'm not something else. Okay, these guys are usually pretty good. I'll jump over here. So they're saying that they're going to bring it down in about 30 minutes.
Balloon that had been spotted over Latin America. We learned about it overnight. What are your thoughts on that, on the second one that is over Latin America?
Well, I think it tells me that China is trying to test actually this new balloon that they feel that they've maybe mastered a particular type of technology. So this is a way for them to test it out in different areas where they have interest, both monitoring the United States, but also monitoring.
So, yeah, our winter here, the last January and February are our absolute coldest months. And this year, we've been on the plus side. We had around Christmas, one little burst of like 40 below. And other than that, no, it's been very odd. So I'm not sure. They noticed it, I believe, last night going over March, which means that, late afternoon into the evening, possibly. And then that means that they just kind of have come from the West Coast, came across to British Columbia, into Alberta, and jumped into Montana. So what the hell are they up to? Like, good God. No, I don't like doing that.
Economic relationship. So I think there'll be some tense discussions back and forth, but I don't think this will completely rupture a relationship with them.
I think Blinken will still go to China at some point. Right now, they've really said it's postponed. Someone had said canceled. However, we know that Blinken, I believe, used the word postponed for now. Do you think that he is eventually going to go over there?
Yes, I think he'll eventually go probably later in the spring and the summer. But honestly, if we shoot down this balloon and then we gather intel from it, a lot of what we glean from it might determine whether or not the trip happens sooner or if it'll happen much or some public outcry to show our protest against what they did.
Do you think China get angry and issue any kind of statement if this is shot down? Do you think that factors into the decision as to whether to shoot it down? China's reaction?
I'm sure China will definitely say something, and they will probably try and retaliate at some point against one of our assets, if they happen to notice one. But it's still too soon to say. China conducted what was called wolf warrior diplomacy. They were much more forward-leaning and aggressive in their talk with American diplomats. But in recent years, at least in the last year, they've tried to walk that back. They know are two major superpowers in the world and that we have to engage with each other. So I think there's going to be some men ahead, but China is often does not like to be embarrassed. And so I'm sure they will come out with some type of statement if we do shoot it down.
And I mean, in a sense, that is kind of embarrassing for them, especially considering that there's a weather balloon. It's a civilian weather balloon. It blew off track. It was never supposed to be over the military areas where it was. But that's kind of embarrassing to them, we come through the U.S. and say, I don't know, it's a surveillance balloon, so we go and shoot it down. That overall is probably fairly embarrassing to China.
Absolutely. And so I think that's why there will be a lot of talk back and forth between the Chinese Foreign Ministry and the U.S. State Department to discuss, what and how we can move forward from this. But, there might, probably one of the more extreme steps be China recalling, their ambassador from D.C. for a bit.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lenz. We appreciate you taking the time to joining us twice today. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go here?
I would just say that Americans don't need to be concerned about the States, that spying by the U.S. and China happens all the time. I think why this happened is because probably caused the balloon to fall below the 80,000 foot mark. So now civilians could see what was happening. It was in civilian airspace. And I think that it is. And the fact that China was initially denying that it was theirs. So I don't think that there's any security concern for Americans. I think everything that's happened is following, the correct trajectory.
And that actually begs another question here, because normally you do see, I guess these balloons tend to fly even outside of civilians. So if it did go a little bit lower, is it possible that China wanted us to see that? They wanted the U.S. to see that balloon there. Of course, this is a guessing, and nobody really knows what's going on except China themselves. But do you think they wanted somebody to actually see this here in the U.S.?
As I mentioned to you earlier today, that's always a possibility because we don't know the decision-making that's going on within the Chinese government. But those of us who have studied Chinese foreign policy, we do understand that there are elements within the establishment there, that would like the U.S. to see it, see what the U.S.'s response would be, because then they can gauge how they can develop foreign policy further on various issues that the U.S.-China relationship.
All right, Dr. Lenz, thank you so much for joining us again twice today. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome, Josh. We'll talk to you again soon.
Talk to you again. All right, everyone. I do want to give you a live view here as we do continue to bring you the latest situation. Biden, the White House, and the U.S. in general here, considering this plan to shoot down that Chinese spy balloon over the Atlantic. The FAA has issued that ground stop at 3 different airports in North and South Carolina along the coast until 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. So that is coming up here in about, I would say, 25 minutes. Not clear if that will be keeping the FAA website up here. And I'm also going to throw out my commercial breaks for now so we can keep an eye on this, especially if you are joining us here and you're not familiar. I show you the latest here. It actually looks like the ground stop may have been extended in some places to at least 3:30 Eastern time. I am working to confirm that. It looked like the FAA has listed 3:30 p.m. Eastern time.
So 3:30 Eastern time. This is scary. I don't know what you guys think about them shooting this down, but it makes me very uncomfortable. I'll be honest with you. We don't know what the results of that would be. I'm pretty sure China, no. They wouldn't have denied it. They wouldn't have said, no, this isn't ours. No, we have nothing to do with this. And now if they shoot this down, is there anything to that can be airborne? I have concerns. I mean, what the hell is going on here? They have no right being in our airspace. So I hope that there's not a started with this.
As the actual time that and just kind of blew off course. However, that does not appear to be the case.
No doubt.
And you are looking at a live image here at 2:21 on the East Coast and 11:21 on the West Coast that does show that China spy balloon that is there live in Murdaugh. We are live, raw, and unfiltered.
To me, this is history in the making. It is the only reason I'm over to this.
As we speak, and the Biden administration is once it's above the Atlantic Ocean, where the remnants there can potentially be recovered. An official who did speak on the condition of remaining anonymous to discuss what is obviously a very sensitive operation said that President Biden had given the go-ahead in a brief remark Saturday in response to a reporter about the moon. Biden said, quote, "We're going to take care of it." That, of course, started speculation a few hours ago that the plan had changed and this thing was going to be shot down. Again, it does appear that the FAA has extended that ground stop at those 3 airports along the Carolina coast until about 3:30 p.m. We have spoken with several experts who have said something like that is always possible, and that appears to be what has happened.
How do you get this? Feeling toughy?
I leave this live image up as we wait to see how this exactly does play out here. The public disclosure of that balloon earlier this week acted cancellation of a visit by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who is headed to Beijing tomorrow for talks aimed at reducing U.S.-China the Chinese government on.
Yeah, that's a very good question, AJ. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. If it's like innocuous, then why would they not have said, yeah, that's ours? And like explain themselves, I guess. I don't know how they would explain themselves, but explain themselves. And what they did is they started out with denying it had anything to do with them. So, yeah, a little freaked out. I'd rather cover my cases. I find that, you know, that's something that you got a possibility of making a difference doing that, and that makes me feel good.
To see what happens. This right here.
This is information, but this is the stuff that freaks me out.
Sure. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So first off, just kind of walk me through what you were seeing. I know you have been tracking this balloon, as most people have, across the country.
Yes, I was a bit surprised to notice the balloon in the skies above us this morning. The original trajectories had this thing moving through western North Carolina, above Asheville, which is where I'm located, in the early morning hours, 2 a.m. to so I took a shot in the dark and stepped outside when I got up this morning around 9 o'clock. And sure enough, lo and behold, there it was in the sky. So running a little bit behind schedule, but I was very excited to see it up there.
Now, it is kind of strange when you think about it, because this balloon, people have been watching it all over the world at this point, as it's gone from Montana. I believe last night it was over in Tennessee in the Nashville area. So to know that you're seeing something that people are talking about, what goes through your mind at that point, realizing, I mean, you're part of, I don't want to say history, but, you know, you're talking about it.
I was like, I got to get a picture, but it really was so neat to see this saga play out. I mean, like you said, it started in Montana, and now here we are in Western North Carolina, and it's made its way all the way up. So it was exciting.
It's exciting. He seems pretty stoked. What do you guys think?
Many other people in North Carolina, the South Carolina area there, seem to be posting their own pictures. So I'm sure in your mind, you probably thought, is balloon that I'm looking at, but then you see everyone else's photos there. I mean, how does it feel to know that people are now coming to you the information?
Oh, things I love about being a meteorologist is that I get to interact with people on daily, learn more and share more about science-y things. Very much so is a science-y thing. People want to know about the balloons. It's like a weather balloon in that it goes up into the atmosphere, and this one's just a little bit longer duration than your typical weather. Seeing the hundreds of reports pour in from across Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina was really great. That community is wonderful, and there's a whole variety of photos, from the cell phone photo to the professional photo, and I was certainly someone that, but there are so many percent, and to be able to get as close as to see the solar panel array, which had been previously photographed out west, that was great to get that confirmation that this wasn't just another weather balloon from a National Weather Service office on the eastern in the east. This was in fact the Chinese spy balloon, or whatever we're calling it.
Yeah, that's the term I've heard, but I've heard, many other terms as well. So I'm not too familiar with the weather balloons themselves. We know that this balloon itself is about 3 times the size of a school bus, and that it has that payload there. How does that differ from what your normal weather balloon would look like? Because we know China said initially that, oh, it's just a civilian weather balloon, and the Pentagon said.
There are a couple of different types of weather balloons. The ones that are launched most often come from National Weather Service offices, and they are much smaller than what we've seen this morning. They are 3 school buses. I don't know what they get to be at their largest up in the atmosphere, but at most they're perhaps 12 to 18 feet in wide. So 1/3 of this balloon is, and they also carry a much smaller payload. They're generally carrying basically a thermometer, and they have ways of telling how strong winds are blowing. So they're much less intrusive than what we've seen as well.
So we've seen so many pictures that have been posted of the balloon as it was in Tennessee, now North Carolina. Tell me what it looks like in person, because it's so different to see a picture of it. It looks small and it's blurry, but you actually saw it in person.
I will say I was shocked by how large it was. Most of the photos that are taken on an iPhone, if they're not zoomed in at all, it looks like it's the size of the head of a pin, super tiny, but it was quite large. And I was lucky enough to have a few planes fly by as the balloon was floating over. They flew pretty close, although 30,000 feet below this balloon. So I was able to get an idea for the overall size of it. And it seemed, even though this was higher than the planes, it was roughly the same size as these airliners, which was very surprising. It was a lot bigger than the pictures make it out to be.
Out of that area now, because I know it's been a little bit since you did post on Twitter initially. Is it out of the North Carolina area where you are?
Yeah, so as of 10:15 east to Charlotte, it's just over Waxhaw, North Carolina was the last report I saw. So by that measure, it's moving pretty quickly, and it won't be too much longer before it's off the perhaps even by noon, it'll be approaching the coast.
All right, Evan Fisher, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. You're over there at UNC Asheville, correct?
Thanks, Josh, for having me.
Thank you so much for that firsthand account. You did hear him say when he spoke to me a bit earlier that the balloon was over Charlotte, but now a live image as it is over Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, continuing there to head toward the Atlantic. I do actually want to bring you this breaking news right here. The Biden administration moving forward with a plan to shoot down that large balloon suspected of conducting surveillance on the U.S. military, bringing it down once it's above the remnant potentially covered. That is according to the Associated Press and 2 U.S. officials. Those officials, of course, did want to remain anonymous because this is a sensitive operation. They say that President Biden has given the go-ahead. In a brief remark Saturday, in response to a reporter's question about the balloon, Biden said, quote, "We're going to take care of it." That was it. He was asked the question, he made that brief statement, and then he did go and the balloon spotted Saturday morning over the Carolinas as it did approach the Atlantic coast here. In preparation for the operation, the Federal Aviation Administration has temporarily closed airspace over the Carolina coastline, including the airports in Charleston and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, as well as Wilmington, North Carolina. That is in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, so about an hour from now. The FAA was rerouting air traffic from the area and warned of delays as a result of the flight restrictions. Again, we did mention a bit earlier that delay was set for 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. The ground stop itself, however, extended over to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. The Coast Guard also advised mariners to immediately leave the area because of U.S. military operations that do present a significant hazard. Officials were aiming to time the operation so they could recover as much of that debris as possible before it does sink into the ocean. The Pentagon had previously estimated that the balloon, flying at about 60,000 feet in the air, was about the size of 3 school buses, and debris field was substantial. Biden had been inclined to down the balloon over land when he first was briefed about it back on Tuesday, but Pentagon officials apparently advised against it, that the potential risk to people on the ground outweighed the assessment of potential Chinese intelligence gains. Again, this is a live image over Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where anything could happen at any moment, as the Associated Press is reporting that the Biden himself have given the go-ahead to shoot down this Chinese spy balloon, as it's become known. The public disclosure of that balloon this week actually prompted cancellation of a visit by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken over to Beijing, scheduled for tomorrow for talks aimed at reducing U.S.-China tensions. The Chinese government on Saturday sought to play down that cancellation. They said, quote, "In actuality, the U.S. and China have never announced the U.S. making any such announcement is their own business, and we respect that." That was according to China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They released a statement or so. China has continued to claim the balloon was merely a weather research airship that had been blown off course. Now, the Pentagon quickly rejected the contention that it was not being used for surveillance and had only limited navigational ability. Again, you're taking a live look there over in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, as that spy balloon does get closer and closer to the Atlantic Ocean. We are not going anywhere here on Now. We are going to stick this in as we do to see how this plays out now that we know that Biden has given the go-ahead, according to the Associated Press, to shoot down that China spy balloon. It is important to note that the balloon is spotted over Montana, which is home to one of America's 3 nuclear missile silo fields at Malmstrom Air Force Base. In the meantime, people with binocular photo lenses tried to find the spy balloon in the sky as it headed southeastward over Kansas and Missouri, traveling, as we mentioned, at about 60,000 feet. The Pentagon, by the way, did also acknowledge overnight reports of a second balloon flying over Latin America. Quote, "We now assess it as another surveillance balloon." That is according to Brigadier General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary. He released a statement that did provide that limited information. The Secretary of Foreign Affairs did not immediately respond to a question about that second balloon, so we're still waiting to hear from them on that, as to whether they feel that, it is something that they're going to take credit for, I guess you could say, because we know at this point, the one you're looking at on your screen is one that they initially said was a weather balloon, and now on those saying it is being used for surveillance. I mentioned, keep live, raw, and unfiltered on this image here. That is what we do. We are here for breaking news 24/7 on Live Now from Fox, as anything major is going on. We did learn from the Associated Press not too long ago that President Biden is going ahead with that plan to shoot down the China spy balloon. The FAA has issued in response a ground stop at 3 different airports located in North and South Carolina. That was initially expected to expire here in about 10 minutes. However, it appears it is now not going to expire until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, and it is possible that we could potentially see that extended once again. We do know that Secretary of State Antony Blinken had been due to depart to Beijing late yesterday and said that he had told senior Chinese diplomat Wang Yi in a phone call that sending that balloon over the U.S. was, quote, an irresponsible act, and that China's decision to take this action on the eve of my visit is detrimental to the substantive discussions that to have. Uncensored reactions on the Chinese internet mirrored the official government stance that the U.S. was hyping up this situation, many of those users making jokes about the balloon. Some said that the U.S. had put restrictions on the technology that China is able to buy to weaken the Chinese tech industry. They could not control that balloon. Again, in China, this was a weather balloon that blew off to the Pentagon. That is not the case. Clearly, it is a surveillance. Others called it the wandering balloon in a pun that refers to the newly released Chinese sci-fi film called The Wandering Earth 2. In a sign of censorship, the wandering balloon hash was no longer searchable by Saturday evening for China. Still, others used it as a chance to poke fun at U.S. defenses, saying that it couldn't even defend against a balloon, and nationalist influencers leapt to use the news to mock the U.S. I am checking around on several different websites here. We're checking with Associated Press. We're checking Twitter on several different official. Oh, I believe it just happened there. Was it live, raw, and unfiltered? It appears that that China spy balloon has now been shot down over the Atlantic Ocean. You are taking a live look here on Unfiltered as that balloon appears to be heading downward after it has been shot down. So we have been watching all throughout the day on Live Now from Fox. If you have been here with us, you've been watching, honestly, at this point, just to see exactly what happens. And it appears that we have now gotten our answer. It looks as though it has been shot down there right over the Atlantic. Not sure on the exact location, but as we mentioned, it is down as we speak there. This is here at Live Now from Fox. If you do join us, you can check out livenowfox.com. We are always on breaking news 24/7. So when you do have something like this that is live, raw, and unfiltered right here. I am going to leave this image up here as we watch it. This is over Myrtle Beach, the Surfside Beach, South Carolina area where this is all, as Fox News Channel providing us this image, this camera that does show that Chinese spy balloon has been shot down by the call of President Biden, you could say. He had the option to either shoot it down or let it just keep going out of U.S. airspace, and it appears that he has now chosen to shoot down. And what I'm doing is working to change what it says there on the bottom of your screen to let everyone know that it does appear that that China spy balloon has now been shot down over the Atlantic. And this is, if you are just joining us, this is actually over the Myrtle Beach area, and it is provided to us by Fox News. They have been out here, as we have, covering this around the clock. And there it goes. It does appear that it was shot down, and now it's just traveling downward toward the Atlantic. We know there was some coordination effort going on because the goal is to actually see the U.S. able to collect whatever was in that balloon as it does come down into the Atlantic. So to coordinate that could be why it took so long to get this all underway. They also had to wait, of course, for it to be over the Atlantic. Live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your day with us here. It is 2:42 on the East Coast and 11:42 on the West Coast. You are watching Live Unfiltered as it appears that China spy balloon has been shot down over the Atlantic Ocean by the U.S. This has been a coordinated effort where the U.S. wants to capture whatever was inside so they can take a look at it rather than letting it sink into the ocean there. This was initially spotted over in Yemen, remember, a few days ago. Our very own Andrew Kraft actually spoke with the man who took that initial video and the photos that ended up all over social media, pretty much dominate the headlines, and it's what everyone is talking about on Twitter.
Yeah, it's very curious. I thought I seen stuff coming out the first, and what was all that? It didn't look like air coming out when they first hit this thing. I'm curious, see what the hell happens with this. This is poop.
We also know that President Biden had initially thought that he could shoot down the balloon. First told about it back on Tuesday. From Pentagon officials, they had advised against it, warning the potential risk to people on the ground did outweigh the assessment of potential Chinese intelligence. So, due to the concern over possible, I would say injuries, deaths, property damage, they chose to wait until it did over the Atlantic. And it appears right here that is what happened, and they have shot it down and will now go to collect the remnants to try to see what was inside. Earlier on today, as it was over Charlotte, North Carolina, we did see several planes that appeared, several aircraft that were circling around that balloon. It wasn't clear exactly what was going to happen, but the aircraft were basically just surveying it and keeping an eye on it as it headed closer and closer. We know early on this morning, it made its way over to Asheville. Then it kept going to Charlotte, North.
So, James, when they shot this thing down, it obviously wasn't air because it was like smack back. And then when it started tumbling down, you could see like little particles. So, I mean, I'm going to want to see, hopefully they can explain that. I'd like to know what the hell came out of it when they first shot it, because it was literally like a smoke, not, it wasn't pressured air. It was interesting.
Latest information, as we know that FAA ground stop is, of course, still in effect until about 3:30 p.m. 2:45 is when that stop was initially expected to end. However, we have now learned that it's been extended to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. They obviously, the FAA wanted no planes to be flying in this area as this was ongoing here. The U.S. found that Chinese balloon off the Carolina coast and an operation now underway to recover that debris. It does appear that it was a U.S. missile to bring it down. We are waiting to learn more. It's not clear, though, if the Pentagon may hold some kind of news briefing today to provide more information, or if they might send out a statement. We're going to keep in touch here with them. We'll keep an eye on all of that and bring you that information as we do get it. I'm going to get over right now to our other team. They are over in Phoenix. We have our two offices, one in Orlando and one in Phoenix. Our very own Andrew Kraft with an expert to help break all of this down. So I do actually want to send it over to him momentarily. For now, though, I am going to leave this up on your screen after that China cable has been shot down over the Atlantic. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
It's almost just a little dot now. The only thing that I was worried about, it could possibly have been inside that thing. If it, well, it came from Vancouver and then kind of straight across
All right,
into
and
Canada,
this is Andrew
and then
Kraft here.
into
We are taking
Montana.
over for Josh Breslow there in Orlando with what a few past several minutes as we have just watched the Chinese spy balloon over the coast there, over the ocean, off the coast of the Carolinas, just be shot down. I want to play for you the moment we kind of queued it up. Take a look at this. This isn't live from minutes ago. And you can see kind of a poof of smoke, and then the balloon drops significantly in the air, some thousands of feet. Wait for it here. Kind of dissipate there. We're going to break down what exactly we just saw. This was mere minutes ago, and you can see the balloon kind of drop significantly. To see that aircraft flying low underneath it. Let's bring into the conversation national security expert Hal Kempfer, CEO of Global and Planning. Hal, thanks so much for with us. You have been following us and walking us through this story ever since it broke. And just like.
So, what do you guys think? Was that like some kind of smoke or something that back of the balloon? Or do you think that was just normal? I'm sorry, I'm not very trustful. And I just know them doing something that, I don't know, wasn't rigged or something, I guess. I mean, will they be truthful with us? That is absolutely the thing, AJ. I'll watch for the news brief. And if any of that for me, feel free to shoot me a note and I'll know. Hunter got $1 billion for Chinese forces, and big guy gets 10%. You're watching actual treason in action. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, a person knows that this was historic, and that's why I jumped on. There's going to be a reaction. I would assume it'll be fairly quick. You know, the Chinese, I think, would have been prepared to do whatever it is they planned on doing next. My guess is they're probably surprised at how long that thing lasted over the country. Like, they let it go a very long ways. Took it down, but I agree, take it down over an ocean. Not in Montana where there's lots of land. No. In the middle of the ocean where it can just fizzle right out. And hopefully not ever. I don't trust them. My head's spinning. I'll check in with these two and see if they've got anything else to say here.
See that it just literally shredded, tore up that thing, which from a recovery standpoint makes it a lot easier. Now it's going down in a fairly straight, floating out further out to sea with the wind that's coming straight down. That allows them to figure out where they want to put their recovery assets, things at the sea, helicopters, stuff like that. Now, what we probably won't see, but what's probably going on right now, is that they've launched a bunch of helicopters. They have swimmers or divers that are literally circling around, waiting for this thing to hit. And in some ways, it's almost like the Apollo recovery thing in terms of they're going out there.
Like, what the hell's all that stuff
when
there?
When it goes in the water, what they're going to want to do right up front.
I'm even going to back that up. Do you think this is just normal particles of some sort coming off this thing? Like, they've got all this smoke.
Out further out to sea with the wind that's coming straight down. That allows them to figure out where they want to put their recovery.
Can you guys see my mouse?
things to see, helicopters, stuff like that. Now, what we probably won't see, but what's probably going on right now, is that they've launched a bunch of helicopters.
So
they
here
have
comes.
Swimmers or divers literally circling around, waiting for this thing to hit. And in some ways, it would remind you of almost like the Apollo recovery thing, and dropping in the water. But when it goes in the water, what they're going to want to do
Might have hit a cow. The thing is there's a lot of live in those areas. They might not all be one like a city, but there's little communities all over the place. So I think the safest was over the ocean. And damn it, Montana's way too close to me. I see this stuff. Do you think it's just part of I don't know what it is.
right up front is try and hook to try and keep the balloon with the ISR with the with the
see, like it just keeps. Do you think that's particles from a balloon?
Electronic package, the surveillance package, all of that equipment that they had hanging beneath it. They want to capture that because we want to go back and forensically take it apart.
I wonder if they'll show us when they go out there to retrieve things. I'd like to see how that goes.
See what they had, and then from that we can see what they probably on and do a lot of damage assessment on this, but also a lot of intelligence collection on what the Chinese have.
Okay, Hal, my question, though, you see a lot of debris. There's going to be a lot of debris kind of falling from this as well, because this is massive. You and I were talking last night. It's the size of 3 school buses. But you also, Hal, saw what kind of plane underneath the balloon, underneath the debris indication. I haven't seen any reporting just yet. What took this down? What type of, aircraft? What type of missile everyone's talking about? This was shot down. Do we have any indications? What does your gut tell you, you think?
Well, not so much my gut, but the reporting was there was 2 F-22s that were on strip order bike. There was a report that was out that there were some AC-130 or KC-130 aerial refuelers, and that F-22s, a flight of F-22s, if you will, were standing by to use this very closely with every optical device that we have. The package, the surveillance package, the electronics underneath, did it stay connected to the balloon or did it disconnect? And a lot on that, which is, well, would they have possibly set this up in such a way that if it was taken down, which they assumed, if you're going to send a balloon like this across the U.S., your assumption would be taken down, could have been.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, AJ. I will have to see if there's any kind of reaction. I would expect something. I would. They don't fight fair.
Set up that if the balloon,
in my opinion,
balloon does get shot down, the package might automatically detach and fall to Earth. That's something that they're probably looking at very closely. That would give them a lot of, from a potential standpoint, it would give them more time to do stuff.
Okay.
But also, it would also destroy it more completely than if.
James, yeah, I think people have got lax when it comes to some of these other things. I don't think a person should ever sit back, just because I think through history, they have very much shown what they're capable of. And this is basically a continuation with what we've basically known all this time.
Spotted by a Billings, Montana resident over Montana, been shot down by the U.S. military on the orders of President Biden over the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Canada. We just got this new live look there at the ground level, not in the air. They're on the beach. And so how we kind of await any debris to wash up, a collection team like you've been alluding to, if we see any pictures of that. If we also hear from anyone who watched this all unfold and who maybe sees some of this debris. But Hal, let's walk our viewers all back from early this morning. We got the news that the FAA was issuing ground stops at three pretty major airports there in the Carolinas, the Charleston Airport, Myrtle Beach Airport, and others. We'll see when those are lit, but that's a good sign that what you told me last night, that this could be shut down over the Atlantic once it gets out that far, that was going to happen. It indeed has.
You know, it's interesting if you look out there, because of that narrow window, that 13 nautical miles, we actually might be able to see from the some air activity that's going on in really close proximity to where it went down. You see everybody out there is looking out to the ocean. That's because they might be able to pick up on helicopter stuff. Now, with that said, there was a report that KC-130s, another thing that they might do is, for example, you could have a team on board, all right? And I was in a unit where that's what we would do. You have a team on board, and you can go out there. You can do it with a helicopter. In fact, it's a lot safer to do it with the helicopters. But you can send what we call casting off the helicopter into the water. Swimmers go in. The swimmers will go in with gear to try and hook, if you will, somehow connect the balloon and certainly or anything they can connect to flotation devices to keep it on the surface to enable a more deliberate collection effort of that material. That has to happen very fast, because once that thing hits the ocean, it will sink.
Okay, and Hal, to your point though, how dangerous is that for those who asked with collecting this from the ocean to retrieve this? You and I were talking offline. That's somewhat dangerous and hairy, is it not?
Yeah, that's all I can say.
Okay.
It is. And you can bet that in the briefings, they've been talking about this. They've been going through the mission procedures or steps that they would take if they were to get, for example, if they were hooking on and they somehow inadvertently got themselves hooked, how they would try and didn't want to be drugged to the bottom either, obviously. And it could be that they have that out there. That could be done with a helicopter. They could drop the swim boat, which would make it a lot easier to operate for an extended period of time into the water, and they could hook onto it and try to keep as much on the surface as possible using flotation devices. Another thing that's kind of interesting, along with the Department of Defense military side, there is a thing that's been in the movies, the rescue swimmers that they have with the and they too are stationed on the East Coast. They're very capable. They're extremely good. They're kind of used to doing things, and they might be employed in this simply because they bring a capability and a skill set which is really well suited for this particular mission. And the Department of Homeland Security assisting the Department of Defense in recovering the debris.
Okay, Hal, I just want to reset. We are at 10 o'clock Mountain Time, 3 o'clock Eastern. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to walk you through what we all just watched in the last hour. Take a look at some of this video here of the moment the Chinese spy was shot down over the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of the Carolinas. This is not a live picture. This was from about 20 minutes ago, and you're going to see this spy balloon hung momentarily.
Let me see. Yeah.
And there it is. And we have been.
Okay. Can someone please tell me what this is that's coming out of that thing? I'd love to know your opinions, like big time. Why is that stuff in the...
Been talking about this ever now since it has happened. President Biden giving the order, presumably, and
debris is coming down. But in order for us to see it, doesn't that mean it has to be fairly large? So again, what the hell? Like you said, AJ, I'm gonna sit back just like you and see what happens next, because this is crazy shite.
now descends thousands of feet. Remember, it was kind of flying at around 60,000 feet, well above commercial air traffic. Well, that did not include airports and the FAA in the area to not take precaution. And we want to walk you all through this story. I want to put up this tweet from Fox News.
So they pretty much went across Canada to a lot of our major spots, just based on the direction they were going. And then they hit Montana and started going over their important nuclear sites. So truly, if the information was getting taken, they got a shit ton of information.
News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich. Jackie Heinrich tweet. We also have the FAA has paused departures from and arrivals to Wilmington, Myrtle Beach International, and Charleston International airports to support defense in a national security effort. So we'll be on top of that to see when those ground stops have been lifted. Now that the balloon will soon be completely out of the air, we're not entirely sure if it has back down. You can also see Jackie Heinrich posting this image of.
So James, you think that that was air that came out of it? Yeah, down through Alaska for sure, and then just straight across British Columbia into Alberta and then into Montana. But yeah, you think that's air? I don't know, my friend.
Top of the hour, we want to bring in, and yet again, national security expert, CEO of Global Risk and Intelligence Planning, with the latest. Hal, you have been walking us through this story from the very beginning. What happens now?
Well, right now, it's the full effort, the putting together. I bet that they've already. Look, if I was to walk this back, I would say the decision to shoot this down over the water was probably made in or around Montana phase, when it was back that far. They didn't want to say anything, but what they did do within the Department of Defense is it says, I want you to look at this. They're making plans. And in many cases, the four-star general will turn around and say, let's go ahead and work up a package for types of scenarios based on what happens. So they're working that up. They're making those detailed plans. And that gets all the way down to tactical units that will get in a helicopter or boat or maybe parachute out of a plane into the water. And they're making detailed plans on how they do this. They're probably yesterday, they were doing a bunch of rehearsing for this mission when they do it. So they're all standing by. I will say one thing, water, and we wanted a lot of special teams that were very capable of doing this recovery. You couldn't have picked a better place than where they are. It's near Norfolk, Virginia, which has Little Creek, where we have there's Navy SEALs that are based out of there with all of the capabilities they have that they use in training, let alone their operational missions. They're based out of there. You also have Marine Force Reconnaissance and also the Marines, which have equal capability to do this type of mission. And then, of course, it's a very busy sea lane. So you have Coast Guard, and with the Coast Guard, you have rescue swimmers that can go out.
So it is going to be interesting to see how they collect all of this. And if there's no repercussions, it'll be really interesting to find out what the hell that. So I'm just going to ask again. I'm a little confused. James, do you think that came out of that balloon? Just air with that color? I'm confused. Like I thought it would be what kind of color or look like it had anything within it. It almost looked like there was something mixed within that oxygen.
So there's a lot of special. It's somewhere in there. They fired a missile early with the proximity. Detonated the balloon quickly, but came down in a straight arc so it wouldn't keep drifting out over the ocean, which very much enables the recovery effort. Balloon, it's not going to sit on the surface for any amount of time. So when this thing goes down, they're going to be flying. They're going to be marking exactly where it is. They're probably hoping it doesn't go into too deep of water, and it probably won't go into too deep of water because it's still over the continental shelf, and it's a rather gently sloping coastline that goes out a very long way, as opposed to the west.
So do you guys think it's hit the water? I'm thinking it must have.
Coast where it tends to just drop off. So the ability to go in there with Navy divers and do recover the stuff is.
Oh, helium and other gases. Okay. So you don't think that they had something nasty in there that they were going to try and get over top of the US? Or I'm so worried about the airborne stuff when it comes to these guys. And, you know, I'm not being racist in any which way. It's just that I'm going by past actions. And it almost seems to me like some of these countries do like to, what would they call it? Germ warfare, I guess, would be a good way to say it.
Action. They did say, their foreign minister said yesterday they regret this. They said this is a, quote, civilian airship. Of course, that's the Chinese line at the moment. I'm curious, though. So many people have caught this. They looked up into the sky. They took a picture of it. They took video of it. Now there's going to be probably a pretty big throng of people on the beach waiting to see if they can, make sense of a glimpse. Would the U.S. government want to talk to those people who have video of this? Would they want to look at it? Would they want information from people who have captured this, just everyday people like you and me? Is that something they would collect too for, information?
They must. It depends on how. If we think that we have enough that we don't need to get.
Yeah, exactly, James. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, yeah, that problem there. Huh. Okay.
A soft approach, which would be, hey, if you'd like to share that with us, we would appreciate whatever you have. We'd be grateful for it. We're trying to find out as much about this balloon as we're also tracking some details of when it was over different places. And we'd like to see any images of this balloon that people might have. And if you did it in that type of way, go online, and they're going to see who's posting stuff, and they might try to contact them. That's possible. On the other hand, they look at the ramification of this, which is some people might really be irritated if the FBI was asking to get a hold of their video. They might have a different interpretation of what that means. So I'm not going to do it because I would think they're going to do something to try and do this. I would also say that from an open source intelligence collection standpoint, there's a lot of things they don't really need to go out and ask them for because they can literally see what people posted. So if they have a video of the balloon, people will post that on Twitter, Facebook, all sorts of social media platforms. And so there is a wealth of imagery, if you will, that they can pull from that's already been posted online. And so that's they'll probably exploit that first before they do more, like trying to contact those who actually have filmed it to begin with. And I think that.
I'm just watching the beach on a different feed, and people are actually already there kind of walking along the shoreline.
That's just, there's a little bit of comments, but also, and I would mention too, flying over eastern Montana, and I have a lot of family from that area that just came up and started knocking on their doors. That would probably cause a little bit of concern as to what's going on. So they're probably sensitive to that.
Hal, here is your view. What is your opinion? Does this rise to the level or the occasion that necessitates President Biden coming out in front of the American people, just behind this, explaining what the response is going to be now? Is this that big of a moment is what I'm kind of getting at here. Do you think we need to hear from the president?
has to at this point. You can't have something this big and he just doesn't say anything about it. He hasn't said much. You know, I mean, really, if you talk about the president, it was one very short phrase, which is, you know, we're taking care of it, so to speak, and that's all we've had. Now that it's down, you know, they're going to do the. I would imagine just because this is so high profile, we may find out some details that wouldn't be shared normally. I've been some recovery efforts when things go down in the water. And I can tell you that we don't normally share those with the public or share a lot of that with the public.
I'm kind of curious how they describe it as a spy balloon. Do you have actual proof now that this thing was actually mapping out or detecting whatever its purpose was in US and Canada? I wonder how they know this.
Because yes, you know, things and how we do plan against us in the future. So, and there'll be some of that here. There's going to be a certain amount of operational security that goes on with this to make sure that we don't reveal too much these things. Although some of the things that I've mentioned, we're not really saying too much, since in many cases we put those capabilities on recruiting for some of the armed forces to get people excited about joining, you know, the various different services. So it's not a super secret thing that we have. There's nothing secret about the ability to jump out of airplanes with parachutes, or jump in the water out of helicopters at low altitude or stuff like that, because we put that out of there all the time as part of our regular public.
I haven't heard yet. I wonder how it landed.
Information campaign, but how they specifically do this one.
Yes, they did sunshine about it not that long ago, actually. So we're just waiting to find out where it landed and how they're going to recover it, and basically any interruption while acting. So why is it called a Chinese spy balloon? What do they know?
There will be some details I'm sure they do not want to share with the public, especially if the under recovery portion, when they go in there and try to find the sensor system, stuff like that. Department of Defense has some amazing capabilities, and not ones that they necessarily know the details of.
Yeah. Hal, we are getting now some more reaction. I just want to put up, though, this tweet first by Pentagon correspondent at Fox, Jennifer Griffin. He said U.S. fighter jets shot down the Chinese spy balloon over the Atlantic Ocean. So we still don't know what type. You're kind of indicating you think F-22 possibly. We're seeing some reporting F-16s were in the area as well.
There is a number of planes, a number of them earlier.
Biden administration, they should have dealt with this the instant it crossed into our sovereign territory. It traveled across the entire United States.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fortunately, the message sent abroad is that Biden will not protect America. Strong word. And you have cautioned, and you have told me time and time again over the last couple of days that was not the right move to shoot this down over the continental United States. Republican congressmen disagree with that assessment. What do you make of that? Why was this the right move to shoot it down over water?
From a public safety perspective, this creates risk to people on the ground. And I'm not saying it's not the right move per se. It's a risk assessment they have to make. If you shoot it down over a private area, something of that size with all the equipment on board, and then the balloon itself, you risk the chance.
Sorry, I got to interrupt, Hal. It looks like President Biden is stepping off the plane there.
When I was briefed on the balloon, I ordered the Pentagon to shoot it down on. They decided, without doing damage to anyone on the ground, they decided that the best time to do that was as it got over water, within 12-mile limit. They successfully took it down. and I want to compliment our aviators who did it, and we'll have more to report on this. Thank you.
Mr. President, what did you say about China? What's the message to China?
You were saying the recommendation was from your national
I told them to shoot it down.
on Wednesday.
They said to me, let's wait till the safest place to do it.
What does this mean for China, relations with China?
Okay, Hal, that was quite interesting there. President Biden, very candid about the decision-making process. That's what I was curious about. I wanted to know. He said it was made Wednesday when he first learned about it. So we went to black there. But they said, his advisor cautioned that should, like you just literally said, wait until the risk assessment is so low.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they were tracking it. These balloons and other ISR assets, occasionally stray over U.S. airspace and stuff. And it's not always something where the White House has to make a determined decision to do something. There is a lot of discussion going on right now. It's legitimate, which is when it was flying that arc up around the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, and even when it went into Canadian airspace, why didn't we take it out there? That's a very good question. I think
That is a very good question. When they knew it was over top of Canada and further back yet, I mean, if they had have shot it down before they got to Vancouver, I mean, there's a big open ocean there. But no, they let it go through Canada, through the US, through some of big rails, refined, whatever. They went over everything and finally got shot down on the Atlantic Ocean. But yeah, they waited. But again, we're going to have to see if there's any repercussions. It's going to be interesting.
would have caused injury or damage on the ground because it's so sparsely populated in those areas. But it did. Once it got over populated areas in the continental United States, it's a completely different risk assessment. Even when it gets down south over populated areas of southern Canada, it's a very different risk assessment. And if they had shot and not, it's not causing any harm to the U.S., it's collecting intelligence. But if they had shot it down hypothetically, and let's say the balloon and all that stuff and was to hit a bunch of cars or a bus or something like that, and people were injured or killed, I think that would be the discussion we'd be having right now. Things that they have to weigh when they do this. And there is a certain Murphy's Law aspect of this, is if you shoot it down and you don't want to land anything where it's going to cause serious damage on, Murphy's Law will kick in, and the worst possibility may be what actually does happen. So they had to weigh that in with this. The other thing they're also looking, they had to make a weaponeering decision on what to take this down with. There have been many times in the past where they go up there and they react to a balloon and fire usually with guns, and it perforates a balloon and the balloon keeps going. And there's been numerous times in the past where the balloon keeps going and it caught and in some cases, what they did may have made it worse than if they had done nothing at all. So I'm sure somebody went in there and gave a brief, said, Mr. President, the last 10 times we tried to do this, this is what happened.
Yeah. And
so he was weighing that in his mind as he's going through it. This made sense. And even though it flew over these, you're talking strategic bases like Maelstrom and others where we have, flew over bases where we have, say, 4 PBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles are at. That's where we have strategic bomber bases. These are they're potentially collecting some very high intelligence that the Chinese could use for whatever they plan to use it for. Even though it's doing this, we also lock things down. We know that balloon is up there, so we go into a operational condition which shuts everything down to minimize the potential enemy or threat on with that. And keep in mind too, we have satellites flying, Chinese, Russian satellites flying over all the time. Other countries fly satellites satellites over. So this operational security that takes place with those to minimize our signature, to eliminate the ability of foreign countries to collect upon us on a regular basis. It's so low that it gets, certainly from an optical standpoint, but also from an electromagnetic spectrum, it can collect things that you can't easily collect. And so also it doesn't have to get directly over a base in order to collect. There's what's called it's basically a slant how accurately it looks out in terms of what it gets. And if it gets within proximity of some of these bases, even if it's, several miles away or dozens of miles, being at 60,000 feet, it can see what's going on in that base very clearly. It can collect a lot of intelligence on that. And in this case, we're also watching the balloon in terms of turning it left, right, or whatever, but also how they're uploading that data and how that, and the uplink and downlink that they have with. And of course, the working hypothesis is that this balloon has been continuously controlled by the Chinese the whole time, and that is most likely done via satellites. So even though this is a lighter than air balloon collecting intelligence in U.S. airspace, it's not like satellites aren't used in this overall collection effort.
Okay.
Because that's probably how they're controlling them and getting the information.
Hal, though, Biden was shouted a question he didn't answer. He might think any escalatory posture part of the Chinese would be. Do you anticipate something to the effect of some counter-action, countermeasure, escalation over this, or are they going to move on from this? What happens now on the Chinese side from that perspective? Are you worried?
I have to tell you, if I would probably say I think the Chinese won't really react to it at all.
Oh, okay.
I think what they're going to do, have some words about it. They may say they're going to probably double down on it was a weather balloon. You didn't need to do this, blah, blah, blah. That's our story and we're sticking to it sort of methodology there. But with that, this has turned into a very embarrassing episode for the Chinese. They have been called out very publicly on this. They've watched this balloon get shot down just now, and I'm sure that was a fairly dramatic scene. It was fairly dramatic for us to watch live. I'm sure it was dramatic for the Chinese to watch live on television in Beijing as well. So they're looking at that. There's also they should have known this going in, that whatever technology they had on that surveillance balloon would probably get captured by the U.S. and we'd be able to tear it apart. Part of my concern that they may have something that they had rigged up, and that may be something that we were thinking of too, that they may have rigged up something that if the balloon goes down, they are able to destroy that surveillance equipment. And of course, the way you would destroy it would probably be with explosives. And that could have been part of the risk assessment process. Do you think they may have explosives on this? Would be part of the thinking. And with that said, we have some pretty high-powered optical sensors that we can turn to that balloon, and we can look at that sensor array and basically analyzing it, for lack of a better term, we can kind of figure out what they have, and we can also attach something that could destroy those sensors in quick order if the balloon went down. What would we do, or what would they do to do that, and then pay prediction as to where those things might be placed? And if we saw something anomalous that could be a potential.
What is that falling down a little faster than everything else? I want a better look at it.
Oh, okay.
I think it was, they may have some words about it. They may say they're going to probably double down on it was a weather balloon. You didn't need to do this, blah, blah, blah. That's our story and we're sticking to it sort of methodology there. But with that, this has turned into a very embarrassing episode for the Chinese. They have been called out very publicly on this. They've watched this shot down just now, and I'm sure that was a fairly dramatic scene. it was fairly dramatic for us to watch live, and I'm sure it was dramatic for the Chinese to watch live on as well. So they're looking at that. There's also recognition, and I think they should have known this going in, that whatever technology they had on that surveillance balloon would probably get captured by that's concern. Something that they had, that may be something that we were thinking of too, that they may have rigged up something that if the balloon goes down, they're able to destroy surveillance. And of course, the way we would destroy it would probably be with explosives. And that could have been part of the risk assessment process is, do you think they may have explosives on this? That would be part of the thinking. And with that, some pretty high-powered optical sensors that we can turn to that balloon, and we can look at that sensor array and basically analyzing it, for lack of a better term, we can kind of figure out what they have, and we can also figure out if we were to attach and destroy those sensors in quick order.
I'm really curious how long I don't know how far out this was. I'm really curious to see if they're able to bring it in.
If the balloon went down, what would we do, or what would they do to do that? And then pay particular attention on that array as to where those, and if we saw something anomalous that could be potentially an explosive charge or something.
They did say something about, they did have, Jesus, Lord Murphy. They did have panels on the outside. So that could have been part of what was coming down. I'm just
marking process. Now, we haven't seen, as we're looking at this, and we don't have a whole lot of video on where the actual sensor fell. It did look like it fell faster than the regular balloon, which indicates it may have detached. That's very possible. And then it went down, and it could have exploded somewhere down there that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah,
I've seen more than a few actually people walking their dogs along the beach there, and everyone seems to kind of be looking for things.
I'm curious on when this might exactly hit the water. We don't really have a live now look in the air anymore. This is from just so it very well could possibly have already hit the water. We just don't know. Obviously, we have this. This is in, I believe, on the beach in South Carolina. A live look. So you see some people just enjoying their Saturday, a beautiful day, gorgeous day, blue skies, and then maybe this will wash up. You don't think it's going to wash up though on the shore like this before it gets to that point, right?
Yeah, I don't see any of this. I mean, you might see parts of the balloon that shredded completely because we don't want to collect it. We don't need it. But I would imagine certainly any of the equipment that came down, I would find that very unlikely that it would get water, because first off, most of it's fairly heavy. I don't think any of it would be particularly buoyant that it would come in. The balloon itself, if it's heavy, it probably sink to the bottom and probably be in the same debris field that you'll find the equipment in. But what you can rest assured, it's going to be that area where that debris field where it goes in is going to be thoroughly searched. Everything that we can recover is going to be recovered from. That they will be using all the technology that we can bring to bear to find anything that we possibly can, and know that we have a pretty good idea of what we're looking for already. That we've been looking at this balloon very closely, intelligence on this particular configuration of surveillance balloons before that thing ever even flew into U.S. airspace. But we've been looking at it very carefully, looking for things, but we have a very good idea of what to look for, and an idea of what that might look like if it was along the ocean bottom. Now, the other thing is we want to get in there very quickly too, because the longer that sits on the bottom, the tougher it is to find. So we want to get in there very quickly. And still sitting on the bottom because,
Look at that. More people coming in. I find this pretty interesting. I wonder when authorities will show up. I would imagine that's going to be fairly quick. And then they're going to, this woman's got her blankie. They are going to close off a section of the beach. Kind of, I'm looking at it like when John Kennedy's plane went down and rushing up, and yeah, sad.
Look,
Yeah. Maybe that's done for now. Okay. Okay. So what I've got, so we can watch the beach for a couple of minutes. Then I think Mekci's going to be joining me in about a half an hour. So this here is the shot basically from where that other camera was at, but we don't have the wide angle like we did back there. So I would be expecting, I don't know, tell me what you guys think, but I would almost think that they will start cordoning off an area where they're expecting debris to come in. Or they're going to start coming in and putting vehicles on there so they can get into the water. Might be an interesting day. I'd have a deck chair and sandwiches. Oh my word. Oh my God, look at that little dog. Oh, it's on a leash. So yeah, I think people are kind of hanging out waiting to see if any debris happens to come in. But I have no idea how out. I don't think this has got any kind of volume. Let me double check. Yeah, it's pretty much cranked. So no volume. Yeah, deck chair and sandwiches. One woman with a blanket, man, that cracked me up. That was funny right there. I've been streaming quite a bit lately. And I tell you what, yesterday, I was the same thing, James. I was wondering. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Where'd the woman with the blanket go? So yeah, this is curious. Thanks for watching it, guys. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not saying goodbye, but I do appreciate having the company because it's interesting. And I just wanted it because I've just never seen such a thing. Oh, everyone getting out of the camera view. So this afternoon, we'll keep on this, and I'll check back on this. But what do I have? I've got some Brian Koberger stuff to talk about, and Xana. And Kaylee Gonkev's family's lawyer has got a few things to say. And then bringing, kind of like rounding off the week with Alex Murdaugh. A lot happened, didn't it, James? Was that not a long week? No, thank you for breaking the news. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, and I'm glad you were here for it. Absolutely. You're so, I appreciate you more than you know, Jane. Everything that you add to the channel. Well, hello, Shauna. Everything you add to the channel is very much appreciated. Very much. And good morning, Shauna. Did you see? Hello, Perry. Did you get to see that thing get popped and sink? This view here is basically just where they think debris, if there's going to be any, will come in. But there's a good chance most of it will sink. Hey, Shauna. Whatever data the balloon has collected is automatically sent. Destroying the craft doesn't destroy the info. That's actually what we were talking about a little bit earlier. It's not they have to get back like an 8-track or a CD or a cassette or DVD. Yeah, it goes straight there. And you know what? They went, through Alaska, straight through Canada, into Montana and across. They had their good. I imagine it was fairly productive for them. Is my guess. I'll check the other place and see if I'm going to look, see if there's anything else happening with that. Let's see here. Canada says NORAD tracking high surveillance. Like, why the hell are they surveilling us? They don't need to be doing that crap. Go home. Canadian pilots were warned of untethered balloon amid China surveillance concerns. I don't understand. How to build your own spy balloon. That's on Google. There you go. I'm just trying to see if anybody safe is. I think. Come on. Certainly taking this time. Sorry, guys. Come on. Oh. Okay, here we are.
Now is the time. The new sports net.
National Security and a good evening. Good evening. Fox, the China spy could exit U.S. territory released in the next 60 hours. The spy balloon first flew over Alaska on January 28th, exited U.S. airspace, and then reemerged to cross into the continental West on January 1st, passing from Canada into Idaho. The balloon was most recently seen flying over Missouri.
The balloon has changed its course. Right now, that's that it'll probably be over the United States for a few days.
The Pentagon is not buying China's apology and explanation that this was some sort of civilian research balloon that was blown off course. The spy balloon left Montana airspace over the continental U.S. Fox is told it was launched from mainland China.
This is a Chinese balloon. It has the ability to maneuver. The balloon continues to move east and is currently over the center of the continental United States. So that's about as specific as I'm going to get.
I understand it might be inconvenient, but does the public not have a right to know if the balloon
public
is over
certainly has the ability to go in the sky and see where the balloon is.
The balloon is flying at 60,000 feet, which is higher than most U.S. can fly. Defense officials say the U.S. does not fly spy planes or spy balloons over mainland China. The military advised the president against shooting down the China, pushing back on calls to shoot it down over Montana. One U.S. official said to Fox, "There is a lot of empty space in Montana, but there are also a lot of schools."
Yes.
What happens when this balloon, which is carrying heavy equipment, lands on someone's home or on a kindergarten? The official adds, if we shoot it down, the balloon and the equipment on board will plunge to earth.
See, that was kind of my concern if they did it on you know, I've been to Montana and it is populated. It's not like it's barren. There's people in the country, that a lot of people. There's a lot of farmers. There's a lot of people there.
At meteoric speed, the White House and Pentagon still have options for bringing down the spy balloon once it is deemed safe to do so, perhaps once of water.
U.S. defense officials say they took measures that are classified to protect sensitive information at the sites that the Chinese spy balloon may be passed over. They took these measures as soon as the balloon was detected. If the U.S. military shot down the balloon, the debris field, we're told, could be at least 400 square miles. Okay.
Wow. 400 square miles. Let's see here. See if there's anything else that's not so much, right? Okay. So again, this is where they're expecting debris to come up. But I'm going to continue to look for a little bit more information. U.S. suspected Chinese spy balloon off Carolina coast. Let's see here. You think it was pretty innocuous, nothing really to worry about inside of that? Let me see, I'll try it this way. Okay, let's take a look over here for a second, guys. No. Da-da.
I don't know where they don't have the same sort of thing like we have with NORAD, so they don't all work together the same way. So each of those country air forces if they were going to try to take it down with their own capabilities. And a lot of those, all those countries lack the capabilities that the United States has in order to be able to do so done literally a little over an hour or about an hour ago. So what that means is I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't know if they're going to be able to bring that balloon down, be able to collect whatever package is on it. And then again, I don't know if that balloon has the same package for collection for technical collecting intelligence on that the balloon would have that was flying over the United States. As a matter of fact, it might actually be something that's part of a larger, say, operational or strategic thing to shift our attention elsewhere or to make us look there or divert resources. There's a lot of calculations that they make in these things, and I just don't know to say what exactly it is or if we'll ever know exactly what it was.
Yeah, and Hal, just a couple more questions because I'm just fascinated by this. Some reports, and you were kind of mentioning this as well, China has a fleet of these spy balloons. But I want to kind of go back to some of the political implications and considerations, kind of tease out some of the Republican line of criticism amongst the Biden administration that they should have shot this down right when they knew it was over the continent, so much so that they're saying that projects weakness to the Chinese. Is that your view, or is that due caution just any normal risk assessment? Is the Chinese saying, oh, look, it took so long to shoot this down because they were wavering?
You know, I'm sure within China, they were looking at this for a while, the Aleutian Islands and Alaska and into Canada, and saying, they haven't tried to shoot it down yet. Now, once it gets over more heavily populated in the U.S., but also in southern Canada, China, like us, would realize that we're looking at this thing very carefully and making a risk assessment. So I don't know that from a political standpoint, the damage is necessarily as acute as it is if it was over a much more. I mean, if you shoot it off the Aleutian Islands, statistically, you'd be hard put to make things where there's people. All right, there's just not a lot of population up there. And even with that said, because of the way that the winds are and everything else, if you did shoot it down, it would likely won't fall anywhere else. But with that, it would fall in waters that are deeper than what we're seeing off the east coast of the United States. And I'm not saying that that was a calculation that went that far back into the process. But I will say this, that every naval intelligence officer and anybody out there that was looking at this has a pretty good idea of underwater topography. And they have a pretty good idea of what it takes to things when they go into the water. And there's a big difference between trying to recover something that's 300 feet under the surface, 3,000 under the surface, or 13,000 feet under the surface. And they're considering that in taking this out. They're looking at the potential. There may not have been full realization of its maneuverable characteristics that early into it. However, if we just wanted to take it out, that would have been probably once it was over populated areas where you could actually get somebody killed. The question is the gain that you get now worth the life of a family or potentially dozens of people on the ground if it was to land in the wrong place? And that's a question. Does it pose a clear and imminent threat to the United States? Is it a weapon? Is it going to collect something that could compromise our national security posture? Or is this something that it borders somewhere between we'd rather not be there? It's definitely certainly a big nuisance, but it is imposing an immediate threat and we're going to wait until the threat of getting somebody killed or injured happens. The decision to wait till it crossed over. Yeah. Once it's over water, there really isn't much to talk about there. I mean, we're talking about the the ground stop. I would be surprised if the Coast Guard hadn't sent out a similar message to mariners, telling them to clear out that area. I haven't heard anything about that, but that would mean that they would send out some message saying, "Hey, you need to avoid this area, or you need to be watchful when you're going through this area, or whatever." Certainly, with pleasure craft, they would try when this is going on, and that message could have gone out a while back. It just hasn't been reported yet.
So, Hal, I just want to tell the viewers. So I misspoke about where President Biden is. Those comments on the tarmac there in Hagerstown, Maryland. He was leaving from Camp David, going to Syracuse, New York. Just wanted to correct that there about the president's movements on this week, and maybe in a more formal setting a little later on, and we'll stay on top of that. We are, Hal, though, getting new information. I want to put this up. This is new reporting from Fox News Pentagon Griffin about what exactly happened. She says, senior defense official tells me an F-22 fighter jet fired a single shot at the Chinese spy balloon in U.S. airspace over the Atlantic Ocean. The F-22s flew from Langley Air Force Base, and getting a little more detail, a little more information on the nature of how this was taken down and what took it down.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. And by the way, they're to adjust something less than a missile to adjust the munitions so that they can explode in proximity. I don't know that something like that could have been put together for this particular mission. They certainly had enough time to do a lot of things in terms of the weaponeering approach on how they're going to take it down, and they thought it through. And when I saw the balloon come down, and I saw how quickly the balloon collapsed, I kind of looked at, take down balloon, but that's what I would hope for, is that you would have a shredding or a complete collapse of the balloon itself, so it loses quickly, so that the package comes down in a straight area where I can basically marshal my collection or my resources, so they can get in there very quickly, find whatever goes in. I have to tell you, looking at it, I would say, normally when you look at something like this, you try to hook it up if you could to keep it from sinking into the water. Frankly, with the amount of damage that was done to that balloon itself, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it with that very closely as to where it is. And you might see some unusual things being done, things that we use, for example, maybe in submarine warfare, where we might actually have a plane out there dropping things to collect some very good intelligence as to where those things are dropping into the water, so we can focus our recovery efforts in a production, the bottom of the ocean, or I should say that surface area, wherever that debris field is. And so you might see some rather, we may not see it, but maybe some rather unusual array of things being done in the recovery effort.
Okay. Hal, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to kind of give you a little break to someone else, just kind of, your everyday American, a resident there of South Carolina, who watched this explode in the sky. And then we're going to bring in Hal yet again for more analysis and context. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're approaching the hour here, almost 4 o'clock there on the East Coast, almost 2 o'clock here, Mountain Time in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as we continue on this major breaking news story on this Saturday. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
MSM? We'll go over to the other spot. It's nicer. What are we waiting? So we're at +4 in the Rockies. This is the strangest weather we have ever had. I've never had a winter like this. So this is the beach. Let's take a look at that. This is where they're expecting, you know, if something's going to actually show up in here somewhere. So I guess it would depend if stuff was inside of that balloon. Otherwise, you'd think it might be buoyant. Hi, buddy. Hi, can be groovy. Is he just figuring out it's a camera? Hello. That's hilarious. Hello. So, oh my goodness. So let's say that there was really heft inside of inside of that balloon. Would it float? Do you think it'd be buoyant? Coming back to you guys. Okay, MSM. Seems very old school type spying. This, yeah, I think this is more like just like one of those nature cams that Betty. Because it's not. Oh, or where am I getting this from? Let me double check that actually. Fox. And nothing's happening over there. They're still waiting. Imagining Mekci will be popping in the next little while. MSM. Methyl sulfin methane. Mesophyllonylmethane. Okay, what do we got? Oh yeah, that's the volume there. I'll turn it off right now. The balloon part will float. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna. Will float. The things. Okay, gotcha. I will.
I'm doing a whole studio stuff too. I built some of those. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, so I go to Frank Alley's every week to do that. Oh, okay. So you're in the system. I'm in the system. I've got my vision and then everything. Yeah, I talk to people a lot. Yeah. So, yeah, happy to be.
South Carolina around 90 minutes ago. Fox News
Hello, Mike. Hello, everyone. I'm on phone double in advance of.
I'm gonna hop up here. Just go.
It takes 6.
If you don't mind, that would be much appreciated.
Are they setting up yet?
I gotta come out there.
Sorry about the delay.
Well, I could have come out there.
So this will be out of it.
You're from Fox. Yep. Because when we had the hurricane out here, he said we came from the house down here, and Don Lemon was a total jerk.
Oh no.
He acted like I was his long lost friend and knew me and all this.
Home for me, so we'll take good care of you.
Yeah.
We won't treat you like that.
What station? What show is this going to be?
All over Fox.
All over Fox now.
Right. Come on.
But
yours will probably be played throughout the day.
Yeah.
I need you to kind of put your back up against the railing real quick. And check.
I'm trying to think of what you're looking for and what I need to say.
Oh, I'm just gonna kind of ask you. What did you say? Were you here when the plane or when the balloon went down?
Not here. I was at the house.
Did you see it going on?
Yes. It just Roman candle down.
Say no more. And look, this is on tape too. So, well, on a card. But you know, if you need to take a minute to think something, it's okay. It's not like having it on you. It'll be edited.
Well, I mean, I saw this about 45 minutes before it started. The jets were flying around.
Hold. This is exactly what I'm going to ask you about. Can I get you just to hold that kind of right about where your binoculars are?
Okay.
And
you want me to hold it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to have them look this way.
Okay, so look at me.
Yeah.
Can I get you to stay and spell your name for me, please? And,
look at me.
Wally Weeders. Ieters.
Wally, W-A-L-L-Y?
Correct.
Where are you from? Are you a local?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was trying to think. I'm originally from Charleston, 22 years in the Air Force, and then I retired here to Merle's Inlet.
Okay. But were you in Merle's Inlet when you saw it happen?
Yes, right outside my house.
Okay. And if you can look more towards Greg.
Yep. Just look at me.
I know, right in the sunshine.
Well, how'd the day start for you when you started paying attention to this?
Well, somebody from Charleston, as a friend, was calling me and said, did I see the balloon? She heard on Fox that it was coming our way to Surfside. So I told her I had not seen it, and I went outside. The sky was blue, and there was nothing in the sky at all. So I went back inside, and about 20 minutes later, I went back out, and there I saw the balloon right at my house, big white balloon. And then I started looking around the sky, and I saw some jets, military jets, flying around circles around the balloon. So I did see that. And then I saw some fighters because they were faster than the other jets. And they were...
So where were you when the balloon was shot down?
It was shot down. I was right outside my house, still in the street with my neighbors. One jet lined up on the target, and he accelerated, it seemed like to me, and went straight to the target, and something come off the bottom of the jet like a missile off the rails right at the target, and shortly thereafter the balloon exploded. Saw the balloon Roman candling to the ground because all the air had been lit out of the helium, and there was something underneath it. There was hair that went down first, and then the balloon came down slowly thereafter.
How'd you feel when you realized they shot it down?
That's my boys, United States Air Force.
Did it make you proud?
Oh yes, very proud.
You retired?
Yeah. I had 22 years in the Air Force, and so I was a weapons controller. And what they did today is what I did in the Air Force, shooting down the enemy.
And it made you feel proud?
Yes, very proud.
Anything you can kind of say about what you think they were doing that, people who don't have that kind of background may not understand?
They were doing. Who's they?
In the plane.
Oh, an aircraft?
Yeah.
I think they were lining up on the target. They were waiting for the word to go. The main thing was waiting for it to get water and within the 12-mile limit, so that it was on international waters. So, and as soon as they hit that, it seemed like jet took off after the target and fired the weapon at it.
Anything else you feel like we didn't ask you interest?
One thing I haven't found out is was it guns that shot it down or was it a missile? Because I could see it come off the rail.
The reports are that it was a Sidewinder missile.
Okay.
So.
And they were from Langley.
Yep.
So F-35s, I think.
Yeah.
22. Okay. Because we have F-16s right here at Shaw, and I thought they could be there because I see them often.
Yeah. That was kind of a small target for an F-22 and a missile with not a lot of heat signatures.
Yes, I know. Yes, in my job in the Air Force was to intercept targets, and sometimes it's tough to that. The missile has to take over. So they did a good job.
Do you think when they were bringing this down, it was meant to destroy the whole balloon, or do you think there was an attempt to kind of keep everything to recover?
Well, I think they're trying to get the balloon down and keep it from floating on international waters where it could cause an incident if it occurred. But I'm surprised they waited this long to take it down.
So tell me about, real quick, about so we can set you up. You were a retired Air Force.
Yes.
Tell me how many years and what you did.
I was retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force for 20 years, weapons controller, and I did on the ground what AWACS does in the air, and I directed the fighters to shoot the bombers, the Russian bombers back then.
Great. Okay, how many years in the Air Force?
22.
Okay. And one more and last name and spell them both.
Wally Wieters, WallywieTers. Born and raised.
Baby.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Great. Man, that's great. Really great job.
I'm trying to think of what you want to know. And then,
No, that's great. Well, we were very unfamiliar with a lot of those things. It sounds like you probably learn in 10 lifetimes.
Yeah.
The reason I said it came off the rails because I did live fire down in Florida. And you shoot the target somewhere with a real missile. You can see it come off on the radar. Fly aircraft here, and you see the missile come off the head of it because it's flying faster. I've seen that live on radar, but me doing it. You see it?
What they're playing on Fox is exactly what you just talked about, which is really cool.
No. Then I went inside. I saw it before it came down here, which was really cool because you can see the smoke come off the airplane. But it's so hot. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell it was an F-16 and F-2. But I could tell this came off.
The Pentagon just confirmed that it was an F-22 out of Langley with a sidewalk.
Well, one of the distractions to that is they were interviewing confidence in this president. Fox was interviewing this country. There's no pride. The Constitution was he was saying there was an F-16s on the show.
Did that make a lot of sense?
Well, because it's local here. But I think my mother-in-law Langley engaged in this early on this morning.
Yeah.
So tankers will have to keep the fuel down.
Yep. The hot one came from Shaw. The one that had the actual impact, the two F-22s over the reconnaissance, they came from Langley. The one impact, I came from Shaw. Yeah. I should be straight from Shaw. I was like, hey.
Okay, so
Get this in. You should probably get this played in.
Yeah, it was rolling. I don't know if they were recording.
Want to call the media desk?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, it's probably in about 4 o'clock.
Yep. Go.
On RIM 290. I can repeat that again.
Hey, it's Greg Hart. Hold on 1 second, okay?
Hey, this is Marshall down in South Carolina with the had some sound rolling live, also on pre-recorded. But that was on RIM 290. I don't know if you guys want to grab it. Get that up there.
I don't know why, but that just stopped. I didn't know why. So I wanted to talk to you guys anyways. So what do you think? We usually start, well, we had the speculation Saturday, but I can't seem to find my cohort. She must be busy. So should we start looking into some of that? Or are you guys enjoying learning about this? What do you guys think? Yeah. Let me see what I got going here. Sorry, guys. I was muted. Thought you'd like that one there. Okay, so we can, I've got him on mute. Okay. Wonder if we can get any. There we go. Much better. Damn, hey? Yeah. So I wonder, is that a river or a lake? But yes. A big river, you think? Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a lake. Probably, we don't usually have wide rivers. Not like I've seen. We've got a couple, but not a whole bunch. Usually they're quite a bit more narrow. Isn't that something, eh? Let's see, I'm going to see what Fox is doing. Yes, beautiful. Oh my word. Just awesome. Let's check on the babies. See how they're doing. So there's the two sets, right? Well, there's one with one baby, and then there's the other one has got two. I'll try this first. Looks like it's a nice day. I'll volume for this one for now. And let's see if we've got any volume. No, they're super quiet up here. I don't know. No volume. No volume. Go ahead, Anna. I love how alert they are. Oh my God. Let's go check on the other two. Hey. Mom must be out getting them some food. I don't know what I've done here. That was not what I was shooting for. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go back here and fix myself up a little bit. Oh, good, got it. So it might be they said to refresh the page. Just adorable, my God. This here, can I don't know if you see my mouse or not. That little guy there, he's although he's stretched out in kind of like feed me, I'm starving look. He gets it, and he flops and like tests it out a little bit. It was pretty cool to watch. I do have the volume on in this one. Located in Shauna's area somewhere by her. There we are. Okay. Let's see here. Nothing new over on the other side about the balloon yet. That's amazing. Windier for them today. Mm. Look this while we're watching. I just talked to Mekci, so we'll see what's happening with there in a few minutes. But I did find out that the Racoon, there is different parts of the house that you can watch. So I'm going to see if I can find the Racoon Saloon. And okay, we got the living room, a floor cam. And we've got, okay, there's nothing but pin it. So let's find the Racoon Saloon. Other rooms. So we have we've got the living room. We do not have the woodshed. Are they in the woodshed? Yep, I don't know where they are because I'm pretty sure I've seen them go upstairs as well. Okay, we got the living room. And I wonder what this is. Oh my, they have a playroom. My word. Oh my word. Well, they're not in the playroom. Unreal. Okay. Okay, so living room, woodshed. See? No. Living room floor. They don't have a boat. Oh my word. They have a boat, but they're not on the boat either. Okay. Oh no, we still have upstairs. What? So they do have a house. I knew that they went upstairs. This is unreal. This is unreal. Upstairs. Dang. Racoon Saloon. We don't have the shed. Do we? Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. I'm going to pause it. And this is very quiet. It's usually, you can usually hear stuff. What have I got here? No. Okay. That sounds great. I'm going to wait over here for a few minutes. I'll check them next. So I want to show you that because I tour this house for the raccoons. So I think we need to watch that. Oh my God. Okay. Full screen. And
here we go. PZ cam. I've got the old man.
Come on. Get over here. No, over here.
Here goes the shit.
Sit down. So that's their shed.
There's the camera, the woodshed camera right there. There's some firewood.
So their shed.
Over there.
Oh, yeah, pandas.
Okay, so they go up the stairs and they go through that hole. All right. There. That's the hole. And this is that sliding window that you see from the outside. And there's just some old boards and stuff up here. There's a holes in the roof on this place, but it's the boat room hole. Okay. Now we're going to enter the house. This is what they call the upstairs boat room. Okay, there's another couch here that they play in. We've got fireplace.
The whole house.
Newly put in. It's how they've been used since we put it in. Look at the raccoon claw marks. Picture window looking outside here. You can see the apple trees up there. There's another one of those blue chairs similar to the rocking chair. Another old couch.
Yeah, right in paradise.
Oh, he's one up and down there. This is the other door entry. This is where biker boy tried to get into the side door with a motion light. And this is like a little shed. Okay, so now this is the kitchen. The beautiful kitchen.
Damn, nice house, guys.
As you can see,
Let's not canoe. You know what? I missed it. I was setting something. There was canoe. I think I said two of them.
Here. And there's a microwave, a bunch of dishes in there. There is some pots and pans. Old stove was fairly new not too long ago. Too much of this camera. There's some bottles in that box. That's an old map. Little pins where they've shot deer. Long time ago, they put a pin in where the deer were shot. Okay, so I missed the poker room.
Computer keeps kicking me out.
Here's the poker room. There's an old skull and some antlers up there. That's where that's the old gun rack. And that's the poker table. See this calendar is to film at this time. It's the last time I came back. Okay, I came here. What that says. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a recipe. Okay, so we're gonna go into, because this is this stairway. This is the room. That little box over there is my stuff. This is the bed, bureau. There's another vacuum hose. And there's some hunting clothing. All right, we're going upstairs. This is the door that's straight ahead. Steel door to the boat room. Okay, so first I want to the boat room. You've seen that. We'll take a left. Go to the bathroom. The cellar. I mean the attic. Attic stair. I won't bother
That's
to
dark.
show that bathroom. It's hard to open that door. But you can get open. All right, so then we've got one of the bedrooms. See up through the attic. I'm sure they use that. There's just another closet up there. Okay, we're going down to bedroom number 2.
So Mekci, we want to start out cases. Actually, there's just a couple to go over, but more than just a little to these crimes. There's lots. I've been getting into that Murdaugh case, deep diving all over the place, and it's like, oh my word. So yeah, as soon as Mekci joins us, we'll take a look at some of these cases. And I am still watching the balloon to see if anything interesting happens. So,
okay.
Boom. Boom.
You see that wall with the built-in bureau? That's where they're living. And behind that wall, I can hear them moving already.
What we doing?
We are looking at the Racoon house. How you doing, Mekci?
Good. Did they throw a party in there or something? It's trashed.
This whole house is the Racoon's house. You know how the Racoon Saloon?
Uh-huh.
That whole house is theirs. This is upstairs. There's 2 bedrooms up here. They got a fireplace they go
Do those raccoons
to. They
pay
got
rent?
right? It's like, oh my God, it is the funniest thing. So yeah, well, we were waiting for you to join in, but on the Racoon Saloon.
Y'all been waiting on me?
Oh no. I knew you was busy.
Busy sleeping.
But before we got into the good topics, I wanted to wait for you. I love your input.
That's nice.
All the time. I love your input.
Thanks. It's so nice. This is were they rehabbing this house? I'm so confused at why raccoons have a whole house.
No, it's do you know what? I bet it was a dilapidated old house. They might have had a raccoon issue. Very could have had. So they can confine them. And raccoons are wild and they're mean. They're not all cute. And I used to love them, but they're mean. They'll kick your ass. So they've got shed. I'll just go over. They have a playroom.
They have a playroom.
A wood, yep. A wood shed, 2 bedrooms. A floor camera. the living room. I think that's all I've got, but there's more. Like we've just seen their kitchen. Yeah, their playroom. So yeah, this is just like a house. It's a whole house, right, James? Yeah. Raccoons are mean when they lose a girl. Yeah, in a canoe. There was a canoe.
Whole
Pots
canoes.
and pans in the kitchen. Yeah.
They
It was
got
just
jet
like,
skis and like a
seriously.
whole indoor movie theater.
With right. So yeah, we were just taking the house tour and the balloon. So yeah, I've still got a link. You want to see it again? It does show it coming down,
I do
and
kind of want to see it because I mean they keep calling it a freaking balloon. That thing did not look like a balloon. It looked like a
Chinese
satellite.
spy balloon now. I blew that sucker down. Here it goes.
In terms of the location of where it impacted into the water, that's a pretty exact number. And that for me at no.
I'll see where it starts. There we go.
So I kind of
Okay.
weren't flying supersonic and did so when they went to take it out. And then you can most definitely hear the sound of the explosion after a little bit of a delay since it's pretty high up there.
I didn't hear any explosion.
Give me a sense too. Did you read about all of this yesterday, or were you kind of getting up to speed this morning? You looked up into the sky, you saw it, and you kind of fixed your eyes on it.
There it goes.
Yes, I heard it in the news over Montana. I wasn't really tracking it. My wife actually mentioned it this morning that people were saying it might come over South Carolina, North Carolina, and I said, oh, I'm believing it. And then actually seeing it in person, I was like, oh, well, there it is.
So, and
where did they end up shooting it?
In the area.
Where did they end up like shooting it down at? Like he just said something about Montana, but was it over Montana or over the ocean?
No, it was over the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
It made its way straight across the country already, like diagonally.
So it's like over on the east coast of the country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it was over the water, and they just waited just in case. Now we're just trying to figure out, basically, because there had to be equipment of some sort in there. Is that going to make that balloon already gone, and it's going to float? Because they're going to have to they're going to want every single piece of that thing.
I mean, I'm confused because when I saw it a couple of days ago, the picture,
so give us
it did not look like a balloon. It looked like a satellite. Like it had.
Yeah, this looked like a balloon, this thing. Like, I'll go back a little bit.
Where's that?
It looked like a balloon. There we go. We're back a little bit more. Ah, because it stopped clicking. That's what it looked like. That's just before they brought it down.
James is like feeding my conspiracy thoughts.
Oh, it's true. Like, I think everybody's going like, what the hell? And there it goes there, Mekci. James said he figures this is helium and other different kind of things coming out. There's something falling. And then stuff starts to fall out kind of the back here, which is really bizarre.
Hmm.
The way it's moving around doesn't seem like it's got anything in there with much weight, because nothing's like staying in. See all that stuff that's coming out that? Just things don't. There they are.
Is this really a Chinese balloon, or is
That's
this something else, or
that's saying that every station is saying yes, it is a Chinese spy balloon.
I didn't think the Chinese were that dumb. They're not that dumb to do
It's
that.
almost
Are
sounding
they?
like it. Well, they're saying that at first they said it was a weather balloon. Well, first they said no, it wasn't theirs, and then they said it was a weather balloon, and then they said that it was doing something with what was it, guys? Oh my, they were sorry, the climate change. And after that, I don't know, everybody started calling it the Chinese spy plane, everybody. So I don't know where that originated from.
It's interesting.
Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of trust when it's traveling with those people. So I cannot see this being innocuous. It just, I don't know. I see over most of the oh my goodness, like the nuclear and all that stuff that I don't know anything about. Okay, yeah, James says 100% Chinese spy balloon confirmed. So we've been watching that for damn near 3 hours.
So the Chinese are like, oh, we're gonna do an experiment, get some data about weather change, whatnot.
Yeah, and they basically said that an accident, that, kind of got thrown off their path.
And they didn't tell anybody. They didn't like they have like a direct line to like the United States.
They denied. Hey,
sorry about that thing. It's harmless. You think you could like push it back?
No, they denied it at first. Wasn't me.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it was absolutely harmless, like if they were literally just doing some experiment for weather change or whatnot, like why would you deny that?
Yeah, well, that's it. 1,000%. 1,000%. Why would you lie about something that just is not important? Why wouldn't you say, oh, that it just fell out of line? Instead,
I don't know.
of going,
the United States does seem kind of like that parent, like when you're a little kid and your parents are like, "Why'd you do that?" And you're just like, "I don't know. It wasn't me," because you don't want to get in trouble. I feel like that's like the United States, like every other country.
Yeah, and other countries as well. Yeah, no. Look in their own way. Look over there. Look over there. That's more exciting. Yeah, just totally amazing. Senior defense officials tell me that an F-22 fighter jet fired a single shot at the Chinese spy balloon in U.S. airspace over the Atlantic Ocean. The F-22s flew from Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. So yeah, it's been an interesting morning because it's like, well, hell, are they going to... if they shoot this down, what's going to happen? Are we starting trouble, or what did they have in there that just is
kind of like my concern too? And there's two things I'm concerned about. This doesn't really belong to the Chinese, and they're just saying that it is to start some shit, or it really does belong to the Chinese, and they were doing some shady shit, and that still's going to start something because
Oh yeah,
we're
just like
over here.
James said, so no. Yeah, scary stuff. There's one fellow, and I'm sorry, I have a different opinion than him. It was just some random guy giving an interview, and he's like, I was so excited, grabbed my camera. It's like, it's here. And I'm thinking, what the heck? No. That's
I'm
not
like,
a good idea. Like, go over somebody else's house, please.
I'm actually even more surprised that they let it go for as long as they did, because if it was flying over the entire United States, it's flying over airspace, and
well,
I'm really surprised they let it do that, like all the way through.
They went across the Atlantic, came across Canada, and then straight into Montana. So I don't know why Canada. I don't know why Alaska didn't send a warning sign. Yeah, like say something, people. Like there's something big and white floating in the air that's not supposed to be there. Yeah,
like
no. And then
Canada.
Alaska. I don't know what happened. Hey.
I was gonna say that I feel like Alaska's busy
What's
being
that?
Alaska, and they didn't.
Oh, there's some shady shit happening in Alaska.
They probably didn't notice it, or
yeah, no, it's scary out there right now because they've got like the diamond mines, and I know you would have, James. I shut down over Montana, burst it like the Hindenburg.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, no, Montana's not that far away. Please, no. I like the ocean idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but that's just again because it was going over nuclear defense sites. I mean, it's scary shit. I mean, it's not like the night.
Yeah.
It's not like back in the 1990s or 80s or 70s. Now they just send whatever they see straight through to whoever the little person is that's taking care of this. Like instantly they have their information. They're not waiting for a CD or a DVD. Instantly.
For a fax.
They get right. So yeah, I was sitting here and I was putzing around doing my domestic duties, and I know, and it was like, no. So I thought, I'm going to jump on, and I thought, no, I'll watch. And then they said, okay, half hour, they're supposed to shoot this. Okay. I'm going to cover it because who knows what the hell that's all about.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into
AJ
that.
and I sat here for a little while, kind of going, what? Let's see here. They could a coin on the ground. Do you mean they could see a coin on the ground?
Did it mention if they had
just too shady?
If once it got into American airspace, did they put fighter jets on it to like follow it, or?
Yeah, they did.
They did.
Yeah, they followed it. Yeah, they stayed pretty close to it. So,
I wonder if
it's over and done with.
It said like belongings of China. If lost, please return to China.
Ooh. Yeah, right. Little message in the bottles. No, that's good. They could see a coin on the ground. Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah, as soon as I seen it, I mean, some of this stuff literally is historical. And I mean, I really hope that nothing comes. I just hope that they did a mistake and oops. And then it's over and done with in my perfect little world.
Well, like back in the day, like 60s, maybe 70s. People would have freaked out. Like the public would have freaked out if they saw that.
Damn straight.
Like
damn straight.
There would be hysteria on the street.
Well, yeah, because
and
we
nowadays
didn't have
people
a lot
are just like, oh look, a balloon. Carry on.
Yeah.
Gotta go to work.
Yeah. People are getting used to these ETs. And yeah, like, oh, look at, I'm going to take a picture of that. And I'm thinking, oh, shit. What's in you?
What was that? Was it like the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Right.
People were actually like trying to build bomb shelters. Like the public was trying to build nuclear bomb shelters because
Yep.
they were that freaked out.
Some people that have done that. They use them as storm containers.
Hell yeah.
Now. That's
very useful.
Yeah. That one friend. Yeah, she's got it. Bad storm was coming their way, and she's like, "Yeah, we have to go into the." I can't remember what it's called. And I'm like, going back into that hole in the ground? She's like, yes. But I can't remember. Storm.
Bomb shelter, storm shelter, cellar.
Bomb shelter, storm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All those.
Either one of those is really good for tornadoes.
Oh, yeah, kind of what was happening. So she was getting her family and her dogs. And I guess it stocked. You know, there's no discomfort while you're down there. So
I could live in a bomb shelter. Have you ever seen Blast from the Past with Brendan Fraser and oh my god, Walk-ins?
I'm just not good with my movies. No.
Well, it's really good. No. But like this kid spends pretty much his whole life like living in a bomb shelter that could sustain for 30 years at least until they ran out of supplies. So like
exactly,
it's a comical movie. It's quite funny actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not good with the movies. I'm just not good. I barely know most of the actors.
Yes, Brendan Fraser from The Mummy and Christopher Walken.
I know who he is just because of a case. Because of Natalie Wood. When I was growing up at first, you never heard about this stuff. You had like 18 magazines that would tell you about anything that was going on. It was the most bizarre thing. So we didn't see anything. And now there's like all of this stuff that I remember when it came to my area, and everybody was like, stop what they were doing, watch this monstrosity go across. And now it's like, that was nothing. Yes, exactly. That's right. 100% from come. That's
Natalie
what comes
Wood,
to me. So yeah, I'll kind of keep my eye on what's going on with this. I'm just scouring over the saloon. My type of saloon. Oh, I wonder James would like this. Give me a second.
It's interesting for sure.
Yeah. I don't know how long I've been streaming, but it's been like, oh yeah, we got them. I've been streaming since
yeah, I saw that thing. You were like 3 hours. I was like, what has she been doing? I was like, what is she covering?
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't help it. There you go, my friend James. Just because I know how much you adore these adorable creatures. So I wonder, do these things have tempers?
What, raccoons?
No, isn't it coming up?
I don't see anything.
What the hell? What's going on here? It's being super slow. And I don't want this one anyways, long story, but yeah, I don't want it in there. On the wildlife stream, there was some pretty cool stuff this morning when I got up. It was like, oh, la, la, la. And on our eagle's nest, everybody, all the babies are getting fed and watered. Racoon Saloon. Like, are you kidding me? It just blows me away. It really does. Like,
It's a really
what?
good name for it because, like, once you pan around and see the rooms, you're like, wow, this place is trash. Like, they
Yeah,
just like go hard. These raccoons like drink
they
from
do.
morning to
Yeah,
night, and they just
it's like,
trash the
what the
place.
hell?
Throw huge ragers, invite all the other
Yeah,
raccoons in the neighborhood.
exactly. It's like the party house. It's like the party house. Uh-oh, dog. When she goes running like that, it's never a good thing. I have my shoes. She got, yeah, you go get her. So for cases, I have Brian Kohlberger. They're saying that he was at like the student, what they call it, the student lounge. There's some people that are saying that they even thought he was a regular at that university because he was always there. He always visited the student union. And yeah, so there's that. And then there's my computer is offline.
I mean, we kind of like threw a theory out there that was very possible because we always did think like whoever did it was, of a certain age that could blend. So why wouldn't he
absolutely
go chill like that?
Exactly. And then if we want to, we can take a quick look at what's going on Murdaugh this week, kind of and what else is going on, Mekci? Do you have anything that you think we should take a boo at?
I mean, there's a couple of things that came out with the Kohlberger thing that you kind of have to tread lightly on because they're not coming from
nothing is
law enforcement. It's
fact.
not coming. Yeah, exactly. So
yeah.
But it is interesting,
and that's
because I feel like people are finally catching on to what actually happened there.
Yeah, and I mean, well, hello, Clifton. Yeah, I mean, at least we're calling it Speculation Saturday, so we can talk about a few things. And I mean, just we all have to know that at this point, there's a gag order. So anything that we discuss is going to be speculation. There's no other way. And even when they say it's a good source from within the jail, or
I don't believe it.
Well, you can't. Yeah. Oh, very good question. Let's ask that question, James. So, good week or bad week for Alec Murdaugh? What do you think? How do you think things went for him?
I mean, it's always going to be a bad week for Alex Murdaugh, always. But if we're talking about
points, though,
if we're talking about like the defense and the prosecution, I think the defense had some really good points, and they brought up, like I think they did really well. And I'm only talking about like the defense and the prosecution. Alec is always going to
that's it. That's that's it. Yeah, no, we can't I mean, we can ask how you think he's dealing with it, but no, this is going to be basically about the lawyers at this point.
The defense is doing a really good job of throwing in that doubt, putting in that other possibility, the what if. They're doing a really good job of that.
Okay.
One of the guys, the guy who he was the one that was questioning on the defense side. He was questioning the cell phone guy. And he brought up a different kind of timeline. He brought up like a different study or thing that they had done. They had, and he actually used the prosecution's evidence on it.
Okay.
Because that's where the testing or the data was in the prosecution's book, but they hadn't actually entered it in as evidence. And the defense was like, oh, well, let me refresh your memory, and took the book. And then prosecution made a big stink about it. They're like, well, if he's going to use that, I'd prefer that he put it in as evidence on their side. And he was like, that's fine. I think the defense played them at that moment for something.
I know they were sure trying. You know, I know the defense, they said that they were letting a lot of this stuff in, doesn't matter. It was like, oh, okay, what do you got up
Right,
your
because
sleeve?
they have motions. They had put in a motion to eliminate certain people's testimony, certain evidence, and that's why the prosecution is also doing a little bit of extra work where you see these people coming up just to answer one question, because they're trying to build foundation to bring in that evidence like a backdoor kind of way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, exactly why they're going through all of this. They have to get it admitted, or they might not.
Yes, and to get it admitted, you have to build some sort of foundation for it, and then somehow they can bring it in like a backdoor way if someone mentions it or it comes up somehow. They've already built a foundation for it. So.
Or they brought in like they just did.
Yeah. So I think the defense did a really good job this week. That lawyer who was questioning the cell phone guy, I really liked him. He wasn't rude.
Okay.
He brought out a demonstrative, like he was using that big notepad thing to make a timeline for the jury.
Yeah.
And I thought that was genius, because the jury is probably having a really hard time, like, focusing on those times. So like he was writing it down for them. That's genius. Like now the jury is on, all eyes on the defense. They're paying attention. He has their attention. It was a beautiful thing to watch when it comes to lawyering. You know, it was really nice.
You're really enjoying that part.
I am really.
Yeah. I'm like, it's you take a different angle, which is awesome. You know, I'm busy looking at what an ass I think Alex is, and you're looking at the lawyering, and I just think that's wonderful.
Well, it's because like I said, like Alex looks like an asshole through and through. Nothing's gonna change.
Oh my god! No.
This is about the lawyers at this point, you know, and I think they're both doing really good jobs.
Yeah, and I quite like the prosecutors. I'm liking them. I think they've done well this week. Methinks bad week for Cheech. Oh my god, the gun expert. Oh my god, was that not horrible? Like, are you kidding me? I mean, those people have to sit there and listen to that shit. Like, when you fall asleep? Literally, I was sitting here with my head. I was so tired yesterday. I was sitting here with my head in my hands, kind of like staring at the computer, going, oh my God, get it over. Hello, Shauna. Good to see you, friend. Yeah, so I do have, let's see what I've got. Okay, here, we're just talking about him being, there we go. Maid's son tells judge Alex Murdaugh took $4 million from her death. So this is where a person starts to run into trouble as far as he goes, because he has done some really shitty things.
And this is going to be hard. This is hard for the jury right now, because he's admitted that he's done that. that he stole money from
Yep.
from Gloria, the estate,
Mhm.
and he's already signed something, you know, saying that he's going to give him so much money. And he's
gotta pay
already
that.
admitted that he did that roadside murder,
Yep.
suicide by murder thing.
Yep.
On purpose for insurance scam.
You bet.
He's admitted to those things. So it's really hard to now do.
He's pretty much admitted it all.
Yes.
In tiny
is he a
bites.
shitty person? Yes, he is a shitty person. But
Yeah.
it's really hard for like the jury now because this is a murder trial. They're not trying him for everything else. It's just
that's right.
for the murders. Now, because he's guilty of all those other things, does that mean he's guilty of murder?
Yeah.
I mean,
the
I know
thing
what
is-
I think, but
Yeah, and in my mind,
yeah, that you
when
think
somebody
he did.
can do things that are this shady to people you're supposed to love, I honestly think you're capable of anything. And
Mhm.
so
Yeah,
much was
absolutely.
coming out in his life that it was like, look at all the shit that's coming out about him. His
Yeah.
wife did not know this stuff, you know, and it's
Well,
like,
come to
whoa.
find out, I know we haven't shown the calendar because the calendar is not exactly done yet, but he was actually confronted by the law firm for stealing, embezzling.
Yes.
That Monday morning that his son and wife were murdered.
Yes.
That's the first time they actually confronted him about it.
Yes, exactly. And then they backed off right away because they were killed.
Well, yeah, like I mean, I don't think they backed off. They
Yeah.
still continued to investigate, but they just didn't like say anything to.
No, they
Alex
weren't in his
about
face
it.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a coworker, you know,
Mhm.
that I mean, 20 some years they had worked together and they had a relationship.
Yeah.
So he's hurt a lot of people. But then, I mean, his apologies in my mind are not
No, they're fake.
necessarily.
They're so
Yeah. So it's just like, oh, buddy,
But what I was
you're
saying though,
horrid.
like, yes, he's admitted to all those things and he is a shitty person, but you, as a jury, this is really hard for the jury because you have to.
Well, yeah, you got to separate
Not, yeah, you cannot bring that into this.
that.
He's on trial for murder. That's what you need to judge him on. He can't.
Yes, but they also can use all of this background, knowing what
And
he's capable of.
They wrote
Just-
they put in motions for that too. That's something that they were discussing actually yesterday at the end of trial was bringing in some of that testimony from previous the previous trials of like the embezzlement and
and it's getting through.
Is
He's
it?
I'm pretty sure the boat's in. And
oh boy, this is gonna get fun because I didn't actually watch the recap for yesterday. So I don't wow.
The way
Is
I
it really
understand
coming
it,
in? That's gonna
yes,
be fun. Oh my
because it was mentioned. It was mentioned. Let me look at my notes.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure the boats in. What they're doing is, they're vetting people to see what they want. You know, what the.
Well, all the passengers from the boat had filed suit towards Alex and
Buster and Alex.
Right. And I think they might have dropped the ones for Buster. I need to go back and look at that. But they had all filed suit for Alex and gave testimony on it. And I think the reason it might come in is because of Alex's actions at the hospital after the boat crash. Like where he was walking around all the rooms telling the kids, like, don't talk. Don't say anything,
Don't talk to anybody, kids. Alex mentioned the boat in the 911.
Yeah, he did. Well, was the night? Did he mention it during the body cam footage, where he said that he kind of knew what this might be about, and it was because of the boat accident or something? I haven't seen any of the body cam footage from that night either.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Did you want to grab some, or do you want me to grab some?
I mean, if you have it somewhere, because I don't.
No, I can just Google it, though. Just take me a second. I just want to get the stuff back where it was. I have paper clips on top of paper clips. Alex and Maggie.
Did they did release that, right? Like when the cops first arrived, there's like body cam footage of that.
Yep. Yeah. I think that they've put out 2 of them now. And I think there is a 3rd.
I think I've just seen still pictures of it.
Okay. All right, we'll take a look as well.
You know what I did find the other day that was pretty cool? Was they did a 3D scan of the kennels and that over that hangar.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it. Where is it? February? All right, let's do this.
Okay.
Can I share my screen really quick?
Yeah. So, yeah, that does mean that the boat's in, right, guys?
If he mentioned it in that body cam footage as being a motive, yeah, it's going to be in because he mentioned it.
So I do have the, it's from Fitznews, and it's the full Alex 911 call after he found Maggie and Paul. But yes, go for it, friend.
This is a 3D scan model that they did of the kennels and the hangar.
Very nice. That's amazing. Yes, he sure does. He sure does. Isn't that something? I don't need this anymore, do I? That's very cool.
Yeah. It kind of brings into perspective exactly where Maggie and Paul were found, because with that illustration that they had, that the cops put out, that they were questioning the people on the first day about, doesn't line up with this scan.
Right.
It doesn't make sense, like where they have them laid and how they're portrayed to how this scan is laid out. They're like, that's kind of what they were arguing, that it didn't make sense how they had them. But I guess Maggie was, it's confusing. I don't know if Maggie was right here that you can see my pink, right?
Hi, Kai. Nice to meet you.
Or
so do
if
they
she's
show?
kind of here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do they show where they were?
Not on this 3D scan now.
I agree, Perry. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. A calendar's kick ass. Oh, here we go.
I have the interview from the night of the murders, still images. These are some of the still images that they released from that night. I guess this would be the body cam footage, right? Yeah.
That is awesome.
You are in the right spot if you're completely obsessed with this trial.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to do this. Yeah, that calendar is extremely impressive.
Once I have it finished, it'll be really good.
Oh, it's awesome even now. Like, you've done a lot of work and it's awesome. It's awesome. Let's see here. So this is, I want to show you that 911 call. If you've yet to hear it. So this is when they, from him. And I'll see if we can get an interview going. So this is Fitznews.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay.
Road in Arlington? Yes, sir. 4147 Roselle Road. Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay? Hello? I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Arlington, Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 147 Roselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and talk to caller, please. It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad. Okay.
Conner County Communications.
Carlton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay. Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel. I talked to you last week.
Okay. And did you see anyone? Okay. Is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay. Do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What color is your house on the outside? What color is your house on the outside?
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay. Is it a house or a mobile home?
Okay, I had to stop it there. Listen to how insulted he is about this question. It cracks me up every freaking time.
Side.
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay. Is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay. And what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Oh, I missed that. Is that because my dogs were barking?
What color is your house on the outside? What color is your house on the outside?
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay. Is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay. And what is your name?
Yeah, his like squeak, like his voice squeaks. It's hilarious.
Oh, he gets so mad. It's a house. Okay.
Okay. Did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
No, man, I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay. And was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh. Oh, man. Oh.
Okay. What is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Me asking you these questions don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number? And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, I not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
He said he was going back down there. So when he was calling and just saying that they weren't breathing, they weren't moving, where was he?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question. They make it sound like he was going back to his truck. Yeah, that's why it doesn't make any sense on that map where they show his truck way out in the middle of that field.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's interesting because I know he had said that somewhere in the call he said he mentioned that I guess that maybe that might be it, what he just mentioned. He's like, I'm going back now. So when he called, and said that he had checked them, that nobody was moving. He wasn't even near them. He was at the house then, right? Because he said he went to go back and get a gun.
Yep.
Or put a gun away.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Change clothing. Where are those clothes, by the way?
That's a really good question, because
In that
video
Snapchat video, yes, he's wearing like an ombre bluish white shirt with long pants.
Yeah.
And that was like what, 8-ish, 750-ish o'clock that he was wearing that.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's wearing a white tee and green khaki shorts or cargo shorts.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm still looking for that interview from the
Which
spot
one?
boots. The first one, even the second one in the car.
I have the first one.
Did you want to watch it?
I don't have the second one.
Okay. We can go through
Have you ever
that.
listened to Gloria Satterfield 911 call?
Yes, I have. Do you have that as well?
I do have that, yeah. Did you notice how Paul got kind of
snotty?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And she's like, you telling me this information is not going to make them get there faster.
Yeah, me asking you a question isn't gonna stop anyone from getting there any faster.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll do you want to finish this 911 and then we'll pull up one of let's do it.
Out with you ever since you've got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
Sounds like he's in his truck.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
So does that mean he is way the hell back out in the middle of the field like that map?
Yeah, that's the only thing that would explain why he would be back towards the back of the field, was because that's the only place where I feel like emergency services could get a clear view of his lights if he was flashing them from either one of the entrances.
Yep. And I would say fair call, but we don't hear him move his vehicle.
No.
That's the only problem with that. So is he trying to say that he was running back and forth from that? Hey.
You would see the steps on that though.
Yes,
and you don't, if he's on his cell phone, you would see it tracking. If he was walking, you would see him tracking steps after the 911 call.
Exactly.
And it doesn't. It doesn't.
Nope. None of it makes sense, actually, when you start looking at the steps versus his story. No, it's not looking good for him. Not even a little bit. So this Fitznews, I did put them in the description. It is a great place to get information on the Murdaugh murders.
They're also the ones that do the Murdaugh Murder podcast that Perry was just mentioning, because they're married.
Yes.
The couple, they're married.
Well, that's a different couple. They're now doing their very own.
Yeah.
She worked for Fitznews, did all the research, and then they were engaged, and then they got married, and then they've got that friend they're kind of doing their own thing, and either one of them, I mean, are great resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Whatever.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh.
Yeah. 100%.
Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
So who does that? Who does that? They just find his wife and child dead, like very dead. And instead of talking to 911, he says he has to call his family. Yeah, no, that doesn't sit right.
And I still want to know if those calls are
Well, do me a favor for me.
recorded. Because he deleted a bunch of calls. So
He
I
sure
haven't
did.
heard them say if those calls that he made allegedly made to his brother. Actually, I'm more than sure they're deleted, to be honest, because
yep,
not even the calls to Rogan show up.
Yeah. Yeah, it took 3 months, sorry, to get that phone from him. There is so many things that, yeah, there's
Did they
just a whole bunch of
confirm
things.
Because I know they haven't mentioned it, but like I do wonder if those calls are actually recorded with his cell phone company.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Would it go into the cloud because he's got an iPhone? Like, how do you ever
No, like if he's making
truly
calls,
delete? Mm-hmm.
yeah, no, not from the cell phone company. You can't, because even if you made like
Right.
a FaceTime call, like if you have an
Yes.
iPhone, you make a FaceTime call to someone and you're not using Wi-Fi, it actually shows
Yeah.
up as data usage. It doesn't show up as a phone
There you
call,
see.
but you
Yeah.
would still see the usage
Right.
on the bill, and they haven't mentioned that yet.
They
I
have
do know
not.
that the calls are not on his phone though.
Yeah, none of these calls have come out yet. It's going to be a while. Like they said it was going to be a 2-week trial, and we just finished the first week. They had 250 witnesses. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Where
So
this is
let's see here.
well,
Recently
it's like
comparing his cell phone
week
company
ago.
records to download off his recent calls, there are 60 calls he
Right.
erased.
Exactly.
What? Oh
Like
my
the only
God.
So if I can really quick, don't exit out of that. I just want to present
Yeah.
my screen really quick.
Yeah.
So I did like a timeline of the phone calls.
You sure did.
And he calls 911 around at approximately like 10:07. You don't see
Yeah.
any steps. These calls that I put here, it's because we know that they happen because of the Verizon thing, or he says that that's when they happen. But these are not on his phone. The last one that shows up on his phone is this outgoing FaceTime that's in yellow.
Yeah.
That's recorded on his phone. Like that's shown on his phone. But I don't know if that's to Rogan or who that's to.
Could it be that one where he said the kid around the corner that he wasn't available or wasn't
Well, that would be
home, or-
Rogan. That's Rogan. So
Oh,
all the
okay.
calls to Rogan are deleted as well. So you won't see the calls that he allegedly made to his brothers either. None of the calls to Rogan. But there is this one in yellow that's 10:25:49. It said outgoing FaceTime.
Is there any way you can make that a bit bigger?
If it wouldn't present that way, I could.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Not a problem.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to do that, but I don't know why when I opened this, it just laid
not a
out
bit.
like that. So I was like, oh, whatever.
No, that's good. That's good because when you start going through this, and it is in Discord, right?
Yes, it is in Discord if anybody wants to.
And it's worth looking at.
Look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. If you read this, you can really start to see the movements that were made that night, and they don't match up. No, they don't.
You can actually kind of see when exactly they
died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of disturbing. And Kai and Nancy, to add to that last thing that you said, it's also speculated what he was actually trying to do with Rogan, because he realized
He wanted him to be he wanted
well,
him to find him.
well, that, but I think what he was actually trying to do was control the narrative on Rogan.
Yeah.
Because he realized that Paul and Rogan were actually having an ongoing conversation. And you can see that like in the call, like the call logs right here. They're having an ongoing conversation. He realized, oh, this is wrong. This is messed up. Like someone's gonna find out. Like he needed to control the narrative. So this is why he started calling Maggie. This is where he thought, I'm gonna take a trip. He started calling Rogan.
Absolutely. Kai, you seem like you'd be very, very interested in. I've got a Discord that we have. Oh my goodness, case after case after case, lots of information. And you are more than welcome to go in there and add or take anything you want out of that Discord. You're more than welcome.
You really see, I'm gonna send you an invite to the.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you have Discord, you're more than welcome. There's a whole bunch of channels, like you could see here, to read through.
Yeah. And again, take what you want, put what you want in. We all work as a team in there, and it's working out very well. Very well. So here is the Discord if anybody else is interested. It's a great place. Everyone's very laid back, and everyone, we appreciate each other. I think Alex looked at Paul's phone and realized there was an unfinished conversation between Paul. I agree with you. And Alex wanted to control that. Yes, I agree. Alex was trying to control that. Yeah. Well said. Oh. Yeah. It's a great crowd. It's a great crowd. Okay, so should I back up and then I'll finish that and then we'll look at the stuff that you got?
But that's, to add to that, that's exactly what he was doing after the boat crash. He was trying to control the narrative. So
exactly.
It's a very similar kind of habit of his, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a lawyer. He covers his ass.
Yeah.
He's been trained to. It's just he was going way, way past anybody's limitations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's finish this, and then we can take a look at those.
Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you.
Absolutely.
Okay, but we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you. Okay. You got the flashes on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them.
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
And I will answer if you call.
So, yeah, did he move his vehicle way out there or what?
He must have, because there's a question that the lady investigator asked him, the girl that was sitting on the back of the car.
Yeah.
At the interview first. She said something like she asked him a question and he said, yeah, around the same spot. He said, well, no. Like, I moved it. It's in the same general area. So he moved his vehicle. At what point did he do that? I have no idea.
Exactly. Damn, good point. All right, Kai, is that proper? I think Paul's phone was in his back pocket and ringing. It was Rogan. Alex did have blood on his hands because he took the phone out of the pocket. There's blood inside Paul's back pocket. That's very interesting. That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Did you want to look at that interview?
The first one with the cops?
Yay, Kai. Yes, that would be awesome. There
Mm-hmm.
we are. Damn, I like this calendar.
Let's go all the way.
I've had a friend named Kai before, spelt differently, but it's a beautiful name. Okay, I have to
This is
move.
with Law and Crime.
Okay, hang on here.
It's
My
with Law
dog
and
just
Crime.
passed gas and she's under me. I'm moving. I'm out of here for a second.
Did Frankie go do something? Frankie, was it really the gas really that bad? She literally had to exit the building.
Oh, that was so gross.
She had to exit the building.
I did. It's like, you gotta go outside. Yuck. I'm gonna vomit now. Yeah,
so
that's
the
pretty
one
gross.
that I have actually saved is from Law and Crime. I'm not going to play that one, but it is on this other news station, News 2.
Okay.
That I
Yeah,
can
they
play.
don't like us showing their stuff. I don't go
Not
anywhere
on,
near.
yeah, not true. Yeah, maybe I should change that link to a different one.
So this is Law and Crime right now?
No, this is not Law and Crime now.
Okay, so we can watch this one.
Yeah. Can you hear it?
No, not at all.
Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry you hurt yourself, Kai.
My bad.
Yeah, you know what? We're either here or in Discord. We work pretty hard at this. You're going to find one of us or more of us in Discord.
Pulled up and I could see him. And,
You hear it now?
You know, I knew something was bad.
Yes.
I knew it was really bad.
Oh, Jesus. Come on, guys. Let's get it together.
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
Sorry.
And I could see his brain on his. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly.
What does he mean by that? I tried to pick it up to do something. I thought something with it. Like
Yeah.
what were you trying to do? What was it? Like you saw it ringing? Is that what it was? You went to try to pick it up or
Yeah. Super, super, super sus. You know, everything he does, like it's sadly, he seems to cry on cue. He seems to, there's so many things, so many things. He touched his son and look what happened to him. He just told us. And there's no blood on this man. No red stuff anywhere.
That's interesting.
Detailed
Though,
question. Why does Alex have 2 pairs of reading glasses?
Yeah.
Oh, he had left 1 pair at the kennel earlier. Oh my God, you're a sleuth. That makes sense now, doesn't it?
It's interesting to, because this shirt that he has on right now apparently did have some sort of blood spatter on it, although it's not going to be introduced into court.
Right.
Because of those motions.
So do you have this interview that Kai's talking about?
Which one?
The interview with Slad. Listen to Alex say Paul tinkered with guns, added a light, something like that.
Was that the second interview? Because I don't have that one. I haven't been able to find that second one.
That might be that one. Yeah. I noticed the 2 glasses and I wondered about them.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
I still need to find those second interviews because I don't know.
Well, they're interesting.
And I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good.
What does that mean? What does that mean? She's very good.
I told her I.
What do you think? Hello? Hello?
Sorry, I had to pick up a phone call.
Oh no.
I was like, got a call. I was like, I'm in the middle of doing something. Bring me some chicken strips. What was
he
your
swallows
question?
hard because he is even grossed out by their injuries. I believe that, Kai. Like sometimes when I've watched him cry in court or do these different things, I mean, he still loved these people at one point. And frick.
I saw a really interesting theory someone had
He's
put
a
out
freak.
About that whole scenario about that night and then him at court, and they're trying to piece it together, and they put out this really good scenario where Alex actually has like PTSD from the event, where because there was a certain part in court where they talk about Paul hitting the gravel rocks when he fell.
Okay.
And then Alex reacted to it like he started crying, he had a face, like he had like some sort of emotional response to that.
Absolutely.
And that could be very much because he actually has that vision in his head and he can replay it, and it's traumatizing. At this point, I cannot put a gun in Alex's hand like he did it, but I can say for sure that he was there. He was there.
Well, yeah, but I would like, in my mind, there's a possibility someone else was there as well.
Yeah, very much so. That's what I'm saying.
You
Like
know?
I know I can't put a gun in his hand, but I know that
Yeah.
he was there. He was
Exactly.
there. He saw it.
Yeah.
He witnessed it.
Yeah. 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 What do you think of his body language, Mekci? I find it like
It's
very interesting.
it's strange. He makes certain comments, like the 911 call operator. He was like, "She was really nice," or "She was really good." You're like,
Yeah,
"Why
like
are
that's
you
the
even
thing.
saying that?" It's just a weird comment to say.
Did
There's
he fall asleep? Did Cheech fall asleep? Oh my god. We call him Cheech because his eyes are barely open. Dude's
I call
lawyer
him
is
Denny
asleep.
Crane.
What do you call him?
Denny Crane. He reminds me of Denny Crane from Boston Legal.
Oh, I didn't watch
I
that.
know
I
you probably
never
never have, but it's got James Spader and God, what's his name? Philman? Regis Philman? Is it Regis Philman?
Okay.
No, not
Okay.
Regis Philman. The guy
Is he
I can't remember his name, but you the Denny Crane from Boston Legal. That's who he reminds me of. I'm waiting for him to be like poot, you know?
Oh my god, you look at him and it's like, okay, someone check his heart. Is he okay back there? What the hell's going on with Peach back there?
I was telling my partner the other day, I was like, hey, because it almost seems like Alex, this is something that's like is probably on the back of everybody's mind. Alex and his family are a dynasty in that area.
Yes.
Everybody knows
Absolutely.
them. They've been around for years. People are scared of them.
They are too.
The jury was scared to even get pulled in to be a juror. They didn't want to do that. Like,
that's the thing. That's the
and
thing. Do you see him sitting there and giving people like a look that is
Yeah.
enough to like unalive people?
Yeah.
Like he stares that one kid, the nanny's son that went in, he looked like he's 12. He was 33, but looked super, super young. This asshole did not take his eyes off that kid. Like he was boring a hole into him. So the fact that that kid was able to sit there and have him try to intimidate him like that and just kind of brushed it off, I thought, good for you. Because, yeah, millions he took from that.
Well, you've heard
estate.
the scenario that Gloria Satterfield wasn't really an accident.
Yeah, I've heard that. Absolutely.
And this is what's so like Alec really knew what he was doing. He volunteered to have the family sue him. Like he was like, "Hey, sue me. You guys are gonna be taken care of, whatever." And he had several policies, and he actually put in a thing for each one of them, but he only gave the family like $500,000 from one of the insurance things, and then kept like 4.3 million of it. Like,
exactly.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
like I have the balls to get up on stand and look at you in the eyes and say, "You're a cheat, you're a liar, you."
Did you see this kid though? Like it was like I felt bad for him.
Well, they
I
did.
really
They
did.
got like 500,000 from it. They did. I do know that for sure. They did get. That's how Alex was able to do the scheme, because he let them sue him from one of he told them that they could sue him, and he did it. He did all the paperwork, assigned them a lawyer, and he gave them money from one of the insurance policies. But then he continued to sue himself on all the other ones.
Okay.
And that's how he got 4.3, and he did give the family like 500,000.
He did, eh? I didn't know that. I thought that they didn't receive anything.
They got some money. It's what they didn't know was that there was like all that other
more. Right.
money. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. No, he did give them like because that's the only way it would have worked in the insurance scam, was to give them money to make it seem like, oh, we got paid out. And then he continued to sue himself.
Okay. Okay. Wow, eh? Wow. Should we watch this interview is very exciting. Interesting. I don't say exciting, I'll say interesting.
The rest of this interview?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Any other anything else?
Blood.
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence.
How
I
do
know
you
you said the
talk like
phone
that?
fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
And how about, what's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So
I would actually really like to hear, because he was off in college. He wasn't even living with his parents. So I'd really like to hear what his friends say about this. Was he actually being harassed?
Nobody
Like,
nobody has said much. The only one that I've heard said that Paul told his dad everything, that he would have known about every action, every altercation, that they were just really close.
mm-hmm. And Kai, I did actually look something up, and I don't know where I'd seen it, but like I found this article that kind of explains it the way you do. That the first lawsuit was for $500,000, but this one seems to say that it wasn't given to them. But I've read in other places that it was. So I'll have to look into it for sure and double check on if they actually got any money for that or not.
Yeah.
I thought they had.
Yeah, for some reason I thought, well, I mean later, but I don't think at the time.
Because, like, I mean, when I was following the case prior, I really thought that they had never gotten anything, but then I had read something recently. So I was making a calendar that said that they had gotten the first initial 500,000. So I'll have to go back and like actually
right.
But I want to save
Research
this
again.
Save this article so I can come back to it. I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
Just so you know, I remember it.
Oh, is that right, eh? So, until Fitznews said it in an article, now they hired a lawyer and have gotten 7.5 million since.
Oh yeah, they're getting
my
all sorts of money like
goodness.
now, because of the stealing and fraud and back damages. But
wow, okay.
I
Well,
am
that's
curious about the
good.
first initial one because why didn't they ever say anything? I feel like they must have gotten something in order to just think, oh, it's closed now. We got our money.
I don't
Because
know.
it
I
took
don't
them
mean to be
years.
rude, but I don't think they, how do you put that?
Because it was the private
firing on all
investigator.
cylinders. Can I say that?
Yeah. Because it was in 2018 that this happened, that she passed away, was in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And then Alex tells tells her family, you can sue me. They did an initial thing.
Yeah.
And they didn't say anything again until private investigators looking into the Mallory Beach case came up and realized, because they were looking at Alex's finances, and they realized that he had sued himself again and again and again with other insurance policies.
Unreal. Unreal. You'd be scamming.
So I wonder, this is why I feel like he must have given them an initial something payment to make them believe that the thing was closed, and then for them not to say anything. And then
I don't know. I don't know. I've never heard of them getting
that
money.
actually. I need to
Yeah.
look more into that because that's interesting.
But yeah, when there's conflicting and the cops are not verifying certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine there's going to be all different scenarios
storylines to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we get back to
yeah.
I mean, nothing like this.
Any one person in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time he gets
recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of, I mean?
I'm going to kick your ass, you know. I've never been privy firsthand, you know.
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am.
in
It's
person?
mostly like if he goes out places is what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out is what I understand. And I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats
This
from people
officer
on the
just
boat?
used the word hard
I
on
don't know of any
as a description.
direct threats between any of the people on the boat
Okay.
specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, Paul was a real tough man's man. He would just.
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How is he handling that case? Moving over everybody.
as far as what?
How is he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
That's not true because everybody complained about him.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12 gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here.
Okay.
Recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her
that I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay, pause, because that 911 call you played doesn't play it like that. Does it? It says like he's talking to the 911 caller, and then all of a sudden he says, "Okay, I'm gonna go back now."
Yeah.
So did he
Yeah,
call
then he comes back.
911 from when he first arrived, or did he arrive and then go to the house and then call 911? And that's why he said, "Now I'm gonna go back."
Right.
Because he doesn't mention that in the
Nope.
911 call.
Okay.
Nope.
Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
all kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And I mean, all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Or
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman.
Yes, sir.
was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
Comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and
Okay.
but there's none that, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor's appointment? What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. $10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
I think you realize that the call log doesn't make sense to
right?
What happened? Yeah.
Can I help you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take the call.
Anybody else want some gum?
You don't have any water, do you, Danny? That's all right. I don't need it.
If you behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you.
He's self-entitled because didn't
And
he
you
just
said your
take
dad's
that
in the
gum
hospital?
without asking?
Yes,
And then the officer was
Which-
like, does anybody
which
else
hospital?
want some?
Charleston or
Savannah, Candler.
Yeah,
St.
I was
Joseph.
just wondering the exact same thing. I was like, where'd you get that from?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. You know, he's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Yeah, you can actually
Look how
see a little
Maggie's
bit of the
family really
tobacco
there.
like on the corner of his
Somerville?
lip still.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and I mean the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville.
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right. You said it. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay. Laura, you got anything?
That's really quick for a copy strike rate. But he just looked up at the camera, first of all. That's weird. But here's what kind of gets me about. I want to see if Alec tried to call Buster earlier in the day and maybe convince Buster to come hang out at Moselle.
Yeah, I still do not know where Buster was. To this day.
Why? And he does this thing. We were talking about like body language earlier. They asked him about his relationship with Paul, and he made a no gesture with his head, but then made like a yes answering.
Yeah,
towards the relationship.
Watching him in court, he nods and shakes his head like he tries very hard to convince you with his actions.
I'm still trying to figure out what he's doing there. Like, if he's playing it for court like doing that for the court, if he's remembering something from the night, or he's trying to like mimic his reactions of that night, because I think
maybe a little bit
I think he
of-
might take the stand.
I'm sorry, you think he might be what?
I think he might be taking the stand. Like, I think.
Do you think he's going to be that dumb to do that?
I hope. I mean,
yeah.
For the sake of justice, yes, I hope he's that dumb to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as like a defense attorney, or like, I would not put him up there. But that's kind of what it seems like he's doing. Like, whenever they played this interview, it was like he was shaking his head and like nod, like trying to remember, or like put himself there for a reason. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Like,
yeah, his movements tell the complete story with him. You just have to really pay attention to when he's doing some of these actions. And oh my God, don't just do that, you too. Yeah, his movements tell more of a story than his mouth.
Yeah, agreed.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and he rocks.
Yeah.
He does a lot of rocking.
Yeah, self-soothing stuff. I'm not a body language expert, so I can't I can't sit there and be like, this is what he's doing it, and that's why he's doing it.
But I mean,
I just know that it's strange. Like, to me, it's
and there
like,
seems to be
what's going
correlation
on here? Yeah.
Yeah, having conflicting thoughts between past event decisions, future, present consequences. And I would imagine every single one of those are probably going through his head all at the same time.
Yeah.
And
yeah, exactly. Good plan, but then it backfired.
Right?
Or at least it's never a good plan to kill people in your life, ever. But
no, it's not a good look.
No.
And you have to think, he's not only this stuff, he has all of this money stuff that's coming out.
It's starting to come to a head. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this was the day, come to find out that today, this morning, on Monday, was the day that his law firm actually confronted him for the first time.
Absolutely.
Saying,
yes.
Hey, what's going on? You were embezzling money. Like, this and that don't add up.
Yep. And right in the middle of the confrontation, they get a phone call and find out about his dad. So everything changed right then and there.
So that's why I'm saying, like, if this was all coming to a head, right? And he's like, that's it. It's all going to burst in front of my face. Alex is at Moselle. He gets his wife to come there because she wasn't there. She was actually staying at the beach house.
Yep. Betcha.
He gets Paul there. He gets his wife there. Did he try to get Buster there?
Very good question. Yeah, very good question.
Because I know him and Paul weren't good, because essentially Paul's boat accident was what started all this, spiraling of the downfall of Alex.
Yeah.
But did he favor Buster? Was he saving Buster? Like, I feel like if Buster was in the area, Buster would be gone too. Like,
or Buster helped him.
Yeah. That too.
Right?
I don't
know. There's something
that's missing that I'm not.
There's something hinky there. There's something a little hinky.
Because why kill your? Because during that murder-suicide thing on the side of the road, he said that was all for an insurance scam to give to Buster.
Yeah, but I think that's bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think am I saying it? Repan? I think you're right as far as that goes. I think that there stopped a great big pile of crap landing on his lap in front of his wife and his family and his this and his that. And I don't know that he's not, he's an actor.
Yeah. Some of it just doesn't really So he was confronted that day and then immediately was like, I'm going to kill my family. It was obviously at that point, if it happened that day and he decided that day that he was going to do that, it wasn't a very well thought out plan.
No, but you
So
know
then
what? I bet he has
understand the
been
craziness of
thinking
it.
about it. I bet not that he maybe planned it, but I bet he's been thinking about it for a very long time. And I bet you he had some kind of pieces put together. You know, they're saying that down by those kennels and what have you, that there was always guns down there as well. And as we're learning from the trial, I mean, there's bullets all over the place.
Yeah.
Live, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
apparently,
Russian
like him
job.
and Paul earlier in the day, like around 5:30, riding around the property, like looking at trees and talking about sunflowers and corn, and like they did some practice shooting with I think a 22,
Right.
like trying to hit a bottle or something. Like,
yeah.
and
Yeah, they said
and he seemed happy. Like, I mean,
he did. I mean, I can't tell his happy from mad, sad. He's not really that, he doesn't react that much. But I know Paul was laughing his ass off at his dad, like trying to pick up that bent tree.
It's hard for me to imagine. And I know it happens like sociopaths, like people that just like go from one extreme to the other, or it's all fake, you know. But is Alec Murdaugh like that? Is he fake? Is he a sociopath?
I think so. He's got to be. He's got to have something wrong to go and do what he just did. You know, he was smart enough to know to use 2 different guns. I mean, he made
and
a
different
lot of mistakes.
ammunition, mind you.
Yeah. There was some things that were really, really, they had to have been thought out. So I'm not sure if maybe he was waiting for the perfect opportunity, but he knew pretty much only got a couple more days to do this because shit's going to hit the fan. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think,
I mean, for me personally, I kind of have a hard time trying to put that together for him to be, if it is like he just decided he was gonna kill his family one day, can you really walk around pretending to be happy and hanging out with your son? Like, what was that, like a last goodbye to your kid, hanging out with him like that?
They could, yeah, absolutely. Carla Homolka hung out on a Christmas day with her younger sister, and then that happened, and they were close. Like, there's absolutely Bonnie and Clyde's modern day, absolutely.
I kind of wonder.
I think that he is capable. If he was capable of thieving from handicapped people, sick people, old people he'd known his entire life, he was able to like take millions and millions and millions and then walk around like, hey, I'm doing you a favor, how's your day going?
Also,
and
where is that money?
Where is the money? Very good question. Where is that money? I know he was moving it. He really started moving it around there, but there's a lot of money gone. There's a lot of money gone. Huge spender for sure, but I can't see that. I know, right? I know. I know they only
This
need
one's hard.
one. Oh, that's okay.
Oh, I paused it. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm good to go.
But when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
I call bullshit.
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
You think you already knew? You just said you seen his
And when you pulled, first
at
pulled
his
into the
feet.
property,
When
did
he
you
pulled
come
in,
from
yeah.
this direction where all our
Oh,
police
my
cars
word.
are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house,
Okay,
and then I came from the house
this way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably
Is where it was. Okay.
well, no, maybe not
Mhm.
exactly, but it was pretty close because I
Okay.
came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came
Okay.
back.
That doesn't make any sense from what he said in the
Nope.
911 call.
Right? See how he nods? It's like he's doing it to
I can't think of
convince
anything else right
people.
now,
Yeah,
but
or
you know, we'll
reassuring
certainly be in
himself,
touch.
convincing himself that that's right.
Yeah, it just seems like
Thank
such
y'all
a
for
lawyer
everything y'all are
type
doing.
move.
So, you know, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time.
Yeah, hands under the
coroner
body.
will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, hold
Yeah.
on, I'm gonna press pause because that comment's interesting, right, Pan? Because you said Paul was found on his front, first shot to the chest. He turned to run.
Mhm.
That scenario is off from where he was at, because he was found on the entrance of that room, right? To that
Sounds
little,
like it. Well, we can see where the
that
first
feed
shot
room.
was.
But if his first shot was to the chest, if you say he turned around, that would mean that he would turn around to like go towards a window. So he was either
A shot by a shotgun is going to turn you around. A shot in the middle of your body, you are going to turn the way it's like being pushed by somebody, but it's like a shotgun.
but
It's
he's in
gonna
the feed room, so like if he's standing there, and the only
Yeah,
way like
turning
someone
around
could
like on a
shoot him is
dime.
if they're standing outside of that feed room. So if they're standing outside of the feed room, the first shot would be you shoot him, and then the Paul would have nowhere else to run other than through that door towards the shooter.
He wasn't, if he got shot in the chest by a shotgun, he was dead anyways, my friend.
Yeah, no,
He
I know
might
he was. I mean, you
right
could see the
now.
droplets in the feed room of where he took those
Oh
steps.
yeah.
And
And
fell.
I mean, you know, I've seen the result of a shotgun. And if you got shot in the chest, that is going to spin you right around. So the next shot makes total sense where it was, because you are now at the front of his body, and that's going to put pressure to go up,
So
which
then
is why there was that movement.
What
with
you're
that
describing,
one.
like, are you saying that when he was first shot, that he was actually shot in the back, which spun him around to face his shooter?
I think
And
so.
then
I
he got
think
shot in the head?
he could have been shot on.
So
Okay,
you're
because it
saying that
comes back. How did
Ray
it come
Pan
out?
is saying that the shooter was in the back. Like, you're saying that the shooter shot him through the window?
I didn't even know there was a window there.
Yeah,
No,
there's a window. I showed you the 3D scan of the.
I know,
There's a
but I
window right
was
there.
like, I know you did. I was busy between. Okay.
You're like, I know.
Shot in the chest, forensics say shooter was near the vines and bushes. So the shot holds two shells that were different shells. One was a buckshot and the second was a bird shot. The gun Alex went to get at the house was loaded two different shells. Right. So the way I see it is he probably got shot facing him or on a way of turning around, like I think the shot was probably very possibly was going to go to the back, but he was in the middle of a turn, which would have spun him around and he would get ready to drop. And then you'd get that second shot, which is going to do that. That's the only thing that kind of makes sense to me. Or that Paul was possibly turning at the same time as he was making the turn. and the shot came. Like he's seen it coming, so he turned. Does that make sense?
Well, see, there's something missing there because I can understand both of those scenarios, but that there's something missing there for me because what did he? The shooter was either on the other side of the door shooting at him, or he was on the other side of the building shooting through a window. But in either scenario, like him falling wouldn't make sense unless it was his father literally turning him over, and that's how he ended up face down with his hands on his chest.
Or he was in the middle of turning himself, like turning around, and then he got hit, which is going to spin him a little bit more. That, you know, it's going to make him move.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing I can think of is, he spins over a little bit more and then facing head on. Jump that brought up?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay, because that's cool. A person can maybe get a better idea, right? Because maybe what I've got in my brain is not even feasible. But what I see is a person, Paul possibly standing, say facing kind of like almost sideways, maybe possibly turning towards his dad.
Right.
And then he gets the one in the chest and he spins around, and then he gets the second one and falls on his face like you would.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And there is a possibility that Paul's phone, was it actually in the back pocket? Because he was in the process.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, because he had just read those 2 text messages.
So I'm wondering.
Look, I wish I could just share my whole.
Even if he fell down after the chest shot, bird shot, from 10 feet away, second was the back of, when he was on the ground.
So,
buckshot. Oh my word.
I changed the screen thing that I'm sharing right now. I'm looking for right here, at 8:48:59 p.m. This one. He reads both text messages from Megan.
Right.
At 8:49:01 p.m.
Yeah.
His phone locks with no further human usage.
Yes.
So to me, this is him standing.
Mm-hmm. Looking down at his phone.
Let me back up a little bit. He's standing in here.
Yep.
So he would be standing inside of this feed room. He read those 2 text messages from Megan.
Mm-hmm.
He gets shot.
Yep.
It's where his phone locks. There's no further human usage.
Yeah.
And it would seem like, to me, he was standing, whoever shot him was standing here somewhere and shot in, because the trajectory of the bullet actually goes through the window on the back, unless that's actually it coming inside, which is what the defense and prosecution are arguing at the moment, is like, where did it come from? Because there's like weird trajectories on the bullets. There's really weird trajectories. Like if you actually look at Maggie's, like where things hit her, you're like, where did that even come from? It looked like somebody was laying on the ground shooting
this
up.
makes sense too, though. Even if he fell down after a chest shot, and it was the bird shot from 10 feet away, second was to the back of the head. Even if the head was on the ground, the matter would spray up the walls, etc.
Yeah.
But would it make enough pressure to make that like separate from the body in that direction?
Because they found casings.
Very
They
much
found
so.
casings in here on the floor. Some of the shotgun, one of the shotgun shells was in here.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I wonder if he had any loose ones. Because was that one a spent shell? I can't remember.
Yeah, that one was spent.
It was a spent
Whatever
shell.
was
Hunters
out of it.
have rinse down areas to clean game, hogs, birds. Very much so. They need a place to hang them. And
Yeah, where would that be though? Is that inside of the hangar?
well, no, I think that plane would be in there. So they probably are not a good mixture. You see, that's a very good question, Perry. Did they ever recover the clothes Alex was wearing in the tree video?
I don't know. I have that same question too. Like, where is
Exactly.
that clothing?
Exactly. Oh, it did hit the feed room window. Okay, shotgun shells are filled with
Yeah.
pellets of different size and weight, depending on the animal you're hunting. One pellet hit that feed room window.
Yeah, like right around here. It came out. And I think there was even one down here somewhere. Like,
but it's pellets, right? Like these are just the
Yeah.
pellets.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Because there's like
Yeah.
some other pictures that they released from the scene, and they show really weird like exit from those bullets
wounds
or pellets or
right. As soon as those pellets, like as soon as that bullet makes contact, it bursts is
Yeah, it's
probably the
fresh,
best
like-
way to say it.
well, no,
And
as soon
yeah,
as it's shot off, it actually disperses like out.
Pardon me?
It's for like bird hunting, like when you go like duck hunting and stuff, like because they're just
Yeah.
like flying the distance. You want to use something that spreads. So as soon as it's shot, like the further it gets out, it spreads out. The pellets too.
Right. Yeah, I come from a long line of hunters. I just don't do it myself. I hunt with my camera.
No, they didn't, did they?
Let me see here.
No.
And they didn't ask a woman from the law firm who confronted him that morning what was Alex wearing that day, but she isn't a proved witness, so maybe later state prosecutor holding that card for the jury. Yeah.
Well, that's what some of the motions are right now, is like trying to exclude testimony from previous or other, should I say other trials?
Right.
And they're
Yeah.
fighting really hard to get that in. And I think, didn't you say it might get in the plane stuff or not the plane stuff, the boat stuff and
the boat? Yeah.
And
Is that the way you guys understood it? That the boat's in? I mean, because yeah.
I mean,
and just
I
like
would
Perry
find it really
said,
hard,
this
like-
guy had all that money and such a great life, and this is what he did. And isn't that the truth?
all that money was stolen money. And that's the reason why he was able to have such a great life with a beach house
know
and a hunting
now what he was-
property. And
Yeah, because of the tree footage, right? They know now what he was wearing shortly before because of that
Mhm.
footage.
Yeah, from that
And where
snapshot.
the hell is that?
Did he
So
take it off at his
still-
mom's house? Like,
But you'd think they would have searched that too.
and did he even really go to his mom's house? Is that proven? Do they have his phone being tracked there?
I do not know the answer to that. And sadly, his mom has the kind of illness that she wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So,
a
can
shame.
anyone tell me, is the boat in? Did I understand that correctly, or are they still with to debate that as it comes up?
I feel like if that's the most likely one to come in, because he personally mentioned it as a possible motive.
Well, that's the thing.
That footage.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a, don't be so pushy with me, young ladies. They've been able to get stuff in. So as long as they can stay on that same track, But I don't know. I also think that the defense is up to something. Like,
I think so
I
too.
just, yeah.
Like I said, they're doing a really good job of putting in that other scenario, other person, other option. Like they are setting it up that way.
Well, and they always do. They throw as much shit at and if it sticks, great. But I mean, that's kind of their job. Sit down, ladies. Sit down. That's kind of their job, is to throw in that doubt and see if they can convince anybody.
Thank you, Kai, for like that's exactly right. I just like don't know how to word that.
Right.
No.
Prior acts, crimes are not allowed, so the jury cannot be influenced, but they are considered right now for financial stuff, bad character, and that would be okay. Right. That's kind of the way. Yeah, that's kind of the way I understood it. I know that they're not allowed to use anything that has nothing to do with this. But
yeah, but if Alex introduces it himself, then
well, then that's
it's fair game.
That's just dumb. Makes me question his law license.
Yeah, no, right?
And if he gets on the stand, I mean, I'd love it, but that's just not smart either, right? Did we want to finish the rest of that?
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of talk about. I have to stop talking.
No. Who are you trying to talk about?
Michael Vaughan. I know just for a couple of minutes even, I know Brandy just did an interview, and if nothing else, I just wanted to kind of show his face. And
for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Finish this and then.
Okay, I'll hook you up.
Almost
done. Here it comes.
No, we're finished. Let me come out. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster, in here.
I'm gonna pause really quick because this guy, he must be so full of himself. He literally just said, I think we're about done here anyway.
Yeah.
And this
absolutely.
guy agreed. This guy agreed.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, we're almost done here. Like, dude,
Yep.
You don't get to say.
But he does. And the whole family does, I think, for a very long time.
Sir.
Yeah. Amazing.
I dropped my card.
We'll get you one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
There you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
I'd be losing
we'll
it.
Come see you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
What a weird exit that was. All
Yes.
weird
You want
out.
this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank
Absolutely. Yeah. Whose phone? Okay. Alrighty then.
Yeah, what a weird exit that was. What's that lawyer's name? That's Danny, right? That's just a friend of his, Danny?
Yes. Yeah, just a friend. One of the people he called, I do believe, when this first happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just looking at my tabs. Like, I wanted to kind of take a look at Brian Koberger. And I wanted to kind of take a look at Monkey. But
Let's do it.
Well, okay.
Let's do it. What's better? Let's go.
Well, I've been streaming for like just about 5 hours.
You
So
were stuck
I
on
don't
that
mind as long
kind of
as
balloon.
I don't mind if people are interested. I'm just thinking, aren't you getting sick of hearing my voice?
No. I don't.
So this is what I was kind of freaked out about with him. We don't know if it's true. It's coming from people. And it's that Brian Koberger was visiting the Idaho Student Union before the unalivings and was the type that stared and made people very uncomfortable. So it's coming from a couple of different people. Of course, nothing can be, it's not gospel. It's not, is that even politically correct anymore? I don't know. This is what people are saying. Authorities have not said anything either way. So as police have investigated the November unalivings of the 4 Idaho University students, they have attempted to recreate the daily whereabouts of the man suspected of unaliving them. So we know that they arrested Brian Koberger and charged him with 4 counts, and that Koberger didn't attend the University of Idaho, was a graduate student from Washington State University. So 3 different students have told People magazine that they believe they saw Koberger at the Student Union building on the Idaho, hold on here. Okay. Okay. Okay, 3 different students, and that they later recognized him after he was arrested for the unalivings. It was really early in the semester, recalled Chelsea, a sophomore from the University of Idaho. He was at the food court of the student union, always drinking water, and sat by himself. He was the type to stare, she continues. He would look away if you caught him staring at you. He wanted you to notice that he was looking at you, but he didn't smile, didn't nod, didn't say anything, just stared. This guy's so creepy. I told my friend not to be suspicious, but to look at him because the eye contact was making me uncomfortable. It was so weird. They both ended up leaving and eating outside because they wanted to get away from him. He's creepy. So another student
Very creepy. He's like dead eyes creepy.
Oh, he is like dead fish eyes. Yes. So students tell People that she saw Koberger frequently enough at the campus that she assumed that he was a student of the University of Idaho. So that's pretty major because, 11,000 students there? So that's not very many. So you get to kind of know faces. And if she thought he was actually going to that university, that gives us a really, really good idea how many times he was going there, if in fact it was him she was seeing. Said that he was just really quiet and really intense with his staring and made her uncomfortable. So let's see if this is anything new. We've got the probable cause and we've gone over it. So yeah, that basically was all in here that I thought was of any interest, is the fact that some people were actually thinking that he was there so often that he was a student. Yeah.
Who was
right?
he stalking though? Like inside of there, was he just being Dexter, like sitting around just people watching inside of there?
Yeah, or looking for someone he wanted to target, maybe, right? If you're that kind of sick mind, he's in the best possible area. There's 2 universities there. It's great for a sick mind. Look at Bundy.
Are there still like break-ins and prowlers happening there in Moscow?
Yes. Nothing to this extreme. Last time I looked was just a couple of days ago, and people are still reporting strange things. At the same time, people might be extra paranoid or alert or reacting because of this has happened. What do you think?
I got distracted telling Kai thank you and hope to see them again. Bye, Kai.
Oh, thank you, Kai. See you next time, friend. So let's check this out.
I still want to know where his escalation is. Like, it just doesn't make.
It does not. No, it does not. But I wrote down, well, person's got to start looking back where he was. And today I wrote down, I'm going to have to find it. I got off onto that spy balloon.
Yeah.
I
can't even explain that way. That was so random. Like,
right?
I feel like China, if China really wanted to spy on someone, they'd come up with something way better than just something obvious, like floating up in the sky. It just can't.
Well, but you know what? Also being that obvious, it makes you think, oh, well, sometimes the best offense, defense, I guess.
Well, this is where like China would just like gift the president like a panda or something. It's like microchip.
Right.
Listen,
right.
Not a freaking balloon hovering out like that everyone can see.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested. We'll have to check into it. I'm going to check into it after live and see what's happening with it. So let's get back here. This is, we've seen this before, but we'll just refresh our memories. I don't like her.
If you waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing, it does not mean that you're giving up your right to have a preliminary hearing. It simply means that you would not be able to come back and challenge that the state did not present probable cause within 14 days. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Taylor about your decision to waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to do so?
No.
Then I will ask at this time as to the 5 counts, felony counts that were charged in the criminal complaint that was filed on December 29th of 2022. Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with his waiver?
I do, Your Honor.
Wow. I have a question that I just thought of. When was the last time you heard the news talk about Papa Rogers? Or
not since he's been in the Huskow. Yeah, absolutely. Right.
Because that whoever Papa Rogers was made a lot of very alarming comments.
He very much did. Yeah.
This guy's either like Columbo or something, or he's Brian Koberger.
Yeah, I think out of all those different accounts that were going around, he's the one that was the closest to possibly being him in my mind. So, yes, this gag order, good Lord. So, a lot of this stuff up here is stuff we already know, but it says on Friday, 3 University of Idaho students said they frequently saw Koberger milling around the Moscow campus. They said he was creepy loner who had the habit of staring. He wouldn't look away, and if you caught him staring, it was like he wanted you to notice that he was looking at you, one student said. He didn't smile, didn't nod, didn't say anything, just stared. Yeah, that's not creepy at all either.
No, especially because, you know, like even when you're like in a public setting and you just so happen to like lock eyes with a stranger, you immediately look down. or like look away.
Yeah. Right.
This dude literally just kept staring.
Yeah. Wouldn't break eye contact, wouldn't smile, wouldn't nod, wouldn't just, just
Ugh.
sit there and,
Ugh. That's how you get punched in the face.
Yeah.
Just saying.
You get
Just getting punched in the face.
What? Yeah, there's a lot of people that won't accept that. So I've got this one here I wanted to go over with you. It's not huge, but right now I'm not doing great big sessions. I just will look at the new stuff that seems like it's
Relevant.
as legitimate.
Yeah. Because everything that's going to come out right now, since of that gag order, is just going to be speculation. Yeah.
Okay. It is. As
If real unbelievable, it's a floor plan of property. That's interesting, Perry. I think I might have seen that, and maybe I just didn't notice that he had the dog in that room.
So are you kidding me right now?
Because before the probable cause came out, we were all under the assumption that Bethany
Mm-hmm.
and Dylan lived downstairs.
Yes.
But then when that police body cam footage came out when they went to the house for a noise complaint at night or underage drinking, and they looked inside of that room, all there was in there was like a thing of golf clubs.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's just another one of the many rumors that are going around. But one of them is actually that she wasn't even living there yet at that point. Or not living there. I'm sorry. She wasn't even there that night.
Bethany wasn't even there, right?
But yeah. Yeah. She lived there, but was not there. Yeah.
It's just because you know how like at the start, like way at the beginning when this happened and people found out that there was surviving roommates, they were like, well, how the hell didn't they hear anything? And everyone kept, making a fuss about it. The cops kept saying they didn't see anything. They don't know anything. They know nothing. But then the probable cause comes out and it turns out that one of them not only saw it, but heard all of it. So,
yeah. Yeah. And, if Bethany was not home, well, it sounds like she had already made her bedroom upstairs anyways, regardless.
Yeah. Dylan did, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just a strange thing. Then we get into visual snow. That's been the thing that everyone's talking about right now is if the visual snow is so bad that on the one eye, it was blobbed out, so he didn't see.
But that's going on the assumption that those posts was really him, which everyone's leaning towards that they are like 95% him.
Yeah.
Did he get treatment for that? Is that still an ongoing thing? Is it completely gone? Did he have a relapse? Like,
isn't that something that you have to just deal with?
Yeah.
I think.
Well, I mean, most people that have, from what my understanding, like a lot of people do have that visual snow, but it's like permanent.
It's permanent, right?
And then somehow where
potentially.
it comes and goes. I think his was like psychological more than
That
anything.
could be. Yeah, that could be. It does sound like right around time illness started hitting that he did start getting some of these what would you say, different symptoms maybe?
Yeah. It is very curious because I know that it the way he describes it, it's like if that is him, it just came out of nowhere. It was like an onset of things, symptoms that started happening, and he's putting them all in one basket. And what really interests me is him waking up from screaming. Is that him screaming? Or is he having like a residual effect from hearing someone else scream? Did he do something? Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know that the snow goes away. And Crime Circus Repan is awesome. It's awesome.
drip drop.
I've got drip drop.
I have questions about that. Like, does he do his makeup every day? How
I
long
know.
does it
I
take?
think about that every single time.
How does he get those little spiders to be like absolutely perfect every
Just
single time?
perfect. Right?
I can't even get my
He came
eyeliner
out
to
in
be the same thickness. This dude.
out of nowhere, and he's awesome.
He is really good. I do like his presentation on things, and just his
Yeah, he's
thought
good.
process is really nice. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I quite like him. So I am looking for stuff on Michael Vaughan. I thought I seen something where Brandy had done an interview just the last few days, but I cannot seem to find it. So I think what I'll do is maybe just put his picture out there. Just a little bit of reminder that Monkey is out there. Yeah. And we all know that there's a possibility something really not good happened. But if you've seen these people doing bad things, contact the cops. Like, this is enough. I'll show you. Like, are you kidding me? Like, could you run across a cuter kid other than mine?
Is that guy ever going to go to court? Like her husband, Sarah's husband?
He
I have
hasn't been-
not heard a single thing about him whatsoever.
Yeah, he hasn't been charged with anything. Let's see, is this going to do it? So that's Monkey, this little guy here. Michael Vaughan, he's been missing. It's last July 27th, I think it was, would be the first year. There's some more. So these are the monsters right here. It's believed that these three basically took advantage of a situation because Michael liked to, he's a kid. He got out of the house every once in a while. And somehow, sounds like allegedly these three guys got a hold of him. She found out sometime later and is charged with not reporting an unalived person.
Failing to report a death.
Yeah, failing to report a death. And these three, I think one's still missing. I think this guy's still missing. Or is it this guy? I'll have to double check. He's in jail on unrelated charges. So they've got time before they do anything with him. And yeah, I don't know if either one of those dill holes have talked to law yet, but they need to. This is Brandy
I have
now.
Monkey's missing video from way back when.
A missing video for Monkey?
Yeah, the one that we made for him.
Okay, let me just pop over. Did you want to?
Well, yeah, I can play it.
Yes, that is exactly what we've heard. That's exactly what we've heard. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Unbelievable. And then it does sound like there's a possibility of his neck being injured as well.
Yeah.
Ethan.
Which, you know, I think we all, like, I know me and Frankie, we've talked like in the background from lives, and we've speculated a lot about what happened with the Moscow case. We've done lives where we all speculate on it. But we
yeah.
always kind of figured, because he does seem like that kind of guy, just that man's man, like kind of hero, would try to protect his girlfriend and anyone else. Like, I thought he would have put up a fight, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You know,
But the
I don't
probable
think
cause doesn't put him anywhere. It doesn't say where he's at, interestingly enough. And I think
everything
there's a
about
reason for
Ethan
that.
has been redacted.
Yeah.
Everything from him has been redacted. It's one great big blank page.
There has to be a reason for that, right? Like, of them specifically not even, they didn't even place him anywhere. Like, well, he's placed in the room, in Xana's room, but they don't say if he's on the bed, if he's on the floor, if he's at the entryway. They don't say. They do place Xana on the floor on the other side of the bed, I think.
At the very beginning of this case, they put him in the kind of in her doorway, half in, half out. And that's basically what's being floated around again.
Well, that comes from the 911 call. And
That's
again, that's
exactly.
speculation, because I think the 911 call initially had said that somebody had passed out, but then people were saying later, like, oh, it was one of the surviving roommates that came out running from the house and like passed out. But that means, but they would have to have seen him. Like, somebody saw someone laid out on the floor that caused them to react and then make that 911 call, right?
Well, if the only person, if Bethany was not there, hypothetically, well, then
Someone's walking in.
Yeah. It only leaves one person to have seen any of this stuff.
So then what was Dylan doing then? Like, Dylan is such a frustrating aspect of this case for me. I'm not trying to blame her. I'm not doing any of that. I'm so confused by her, period. Like, even if she did have some catatonic reaction to seeing the perpetrator walking through the hallway, he locked eyes on her. They locked eyes. It's the only way that's possible that she saw him. From the way the door opens to her bedroom, she had to have seen him. She was out of her room and she saw him.
Yeah.
Then she goes back in her room for 8 hours.
And
then what?
Had the
shows up
forethought
if
to
he
lock
wasn't
her
there?
door.
Like,
and she had the forethought to lock her door.
So she's obviously
that's going to
scared.
be interesting.
I just don't. She's so confusing to me.
Yes.
But
we don't know what law knows. We've got no idea what they know, and we don't. I mean,
but they wouldn't lie on a probable cause.
No,
they can't lie on a probable cause because the defense would use that against them later.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. If she has been in some kind of state and they're slowly getting information out this way or that way, can be worked around with wording as well.
So
right?
let's just pretend for a second. Let's like kind of be there for a second. Let's just say that she was in this. She went into a catatonic state after 4:17 a.m. Right. So she's in a catatonic state. Maybe she passes out. What awakens her exactly after that? Is it Bethany, who, let's just pretend she wasn't at home and comes walking in and starts screaming that she sees Ethan like laid out on the floor, like he's visible? What makes Dylan all of a sudden just like arise from this catatonic state that she's in for 8 hours.
Yeah, we need more information. I've been to plenty of parties where I've slept over people who could be X as far as I know to get to the toilet.
I know, I mean, there's so many questions to her scenario because this is supposed to be a party house.
Yes.
Right? People in here all times coming in and out at whatever hour. And for whatever reason, she felt it, some kind of feeling enough to open her door when she heard someone say, someone's here.
Yes.
If you were already sleeping, why would you get up when you heard that? If it wasn't for you, if you knew it wasn't for you, like, why would you even bother checking to see what they were talking about?
Exactly. That's well put.
Unless that someone's here sounded a little bit more alarming.
Aggressive or alarming, I guess. Yeah. 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 Well, something tipped her off. I think something tipped her off that things were good because she never once came out of her room, as far as we know. Yeah. Yeah, I've been plenty of parties where I've stepped over people who could not go. Too loaded. Yeah, I don't know. There's still lots to learn.
I almost feel like it'd be crazy for prosecution to even put Dylan on the stand.
Yeah.
To be honest. Because, I mean, just from knowing what is on a probable cause, putting her on the stand would get her eaten alive by defense. They're going to ask her really tough questions that she's not going to be able to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're going to stand up there, you better, I mean, that's not ever going to be an easy thing to do. But with that said, you see people do it all the time, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll have to, there's still so much.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that I don't know the answers to, and I'm very curious to find out. I just don't think that.
Exactly.
I don't think the answers that I really want are going to get answered.
Well, there's a really good possibility, right? I mean, look at the Summer Wells case. Look at the Michael Vaughan case. Look at, oh my goodness, so many cases that we know nothing about. You know, we, whatever's given to us. Okay, so I am going to put this. Yeah, I mean, if they're not giving us any information to dig in.
I mean, that would be the only thing Dylan is useful for is for the timeline of things. But if prosecution puts her up there just to ask her one question, that like defense is going to come up and just, if they even put her up on the stand, defense is going to destroy her. Like,
yeah,
I imagine, I don't know if that's going to happen, but I imagine that it would go very similar to that.
Yeah, I would think it's very, very sad because way too often do they re-victimize the victims. You know, you hate to see somebody that's going through some of the worst times of their lives getting up there and then they get shredded by the defense or the prosecution and all they were trying to do was a good thing. You know, I've had people say, you know, would you report some of these things? It's like, well, you'd like to think you would, but then you look at how many people I mean, usually it's temporary, but how many people get thrown into the hoosegow for things they've never done? You know, it's, let's see, I think you can only cross-examine on what was offered on direct. I think you're right, Blifton.
And if you're going to put her up there just to specify on, you're going to put her up there, ask her one question, and it's about the timeline. You're already opening that up for defense. That would be defense then being able to come in and question you all about that timeline.
Yeah.
And if she says something, that opens up more questioning for defense because she brought it up.
Yeah, and they're talking, I mean, again, this is just people blabbing, but they're talking about was there DRUGS in that house that they were rid of before the cops were called. Because now you've got, I don't know, could be a rumor.
That's
but
one of
you
the
hear-
theories people are putting out, that that's why it took forever, was because they were cleaning up. But like,
yeah,
I can't imagine. I mean, maybe they are really like that. Maybe I like to think better of people, but like, if your whole friend group just got murdered, are you really gonna like spend 8 hours trying to like cover your butt
yeah,
when something happened to them? Like,
I think people are that
you're an
selfish.
idiot.
Yeah,
Like, for
but
me,
yes,
you're an idiot. You should like,
I really believe that people would do that.
terrible friend. You're a terrible friend.
Yeah. Yeah. When it comes down to it, I remember living in this other town and these kids were young and one of them almost OD'd. And as soon as her boyfriend seen how bad she was getting, he didn't help her, he left.
Yeah. I've heard
It's
a lot of
like,
stories like that.
what the hell?
And I've heard a lot of stories like that with like college kids. Like, they're all of a sudden their friend starts to OD and they just leave them, instead of.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit. I'm sorry for
It is.
cussing, but that's BS. You're a terrible human being for doing that. Like,
Absolutely.
never a friend. You were never a friend.
No, not if you can do that. But sadly, it's more often than not. And they think that, lower income, it's like these people. Well, no, it's all incomes. Maybe the DRUG of choice.
Mm-hmm.
Are you from Thailand, Repan?
Oh, is that like the Ray Pan from the movie? It totally makes sense now, from like a little, what is it, Big Town Little China or something? And you wouldn't know it. It's Kurt Russell. You're not a movie person.
I'm not a movie girl. No.
That
Well,
totally
I
makes
think
sense
that
now.
is very awesome.
When do you stream on nights? Mondays, Wednesdays and Saturdays?
Wednesdays and Saturdays. I've been streaming the case. Yes. So I tried it the other day. I streamed 8 hours. And then there was something else I wanted to touch on another case. So I got on and oh my goodness, was I tired. So I know it doesn't sound like a lot of work, but this isn't the work part. The work part is all the stuff that a person kind of does to get ready for this part.
Oh, you're Scottish. Welcome, Scotsman.
Scottish, but live in Thailand. Oh, okay, we've got another Scotsman that joins us.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm just looking, is JJ around?
No, he went to bed.
Right now. Oh, did he? I'm done.
He went to bed.
So yeah, usually I stream. It's 7:30 Mountain Standard Time, and yeah, I cover the trial, and then whenever we're on break, I even try to do beforehand a little bit. We've been watching some eagles that have nested and their eggs, and the babies are coming out. It's just awesome. Well, we would very much be happy to have you, Repan. You betcha, friend. With court, I would honestly suggest, and I'm not just saying this, I would honestly suggest you get notifications because court hours are all over the place.
It's an 8-hour day.
Yeah, and you don't know when it's going to start because it could be an 8-hour day for the jury, but we've started to follow them with all their evidentiary hearings like for a couple hours before. And then sometimes a little bit after if they have things they want to discuss before the next day. There's one thing about the Murdaugh case. This judge does not want that jury to be sitting stagnant.
Mm.
He's Well, hello, Dandy. Good to see you, friend.
I've never
So-
actually seen so many, and I mean, I guess it happens and it's legal. I don't really know, but like the defense filed a whole bunch of motions like right before trial. And then they filed
Yes.
one during the second day of jury selection. And this is what the judge is hearing now, like towards the end of court. He's excusing the jury and then he's listening to
More
their
arguments.
motion. I can't.
Yeah.
Is that like, is that a thing? Is that allowed? Does that happen? I've never seen that
Yeah, it
happen
happens.
in trials like that before.
Yeah,
Like they usually do that all before, you know.
I've seen it before in quite a few different cases where that they have to discuss things in the middle. There's some things like not having redacted files. Now that's
annoying.
Yeah, that was like what?
Super annoying.
But yeah, as far as having like to have these breaks away from the jury, OJ trial lasted for damn a long time. And it happened all the time. And that's kind of why I always suggest, like, when a case is going, to hit that bell, because honestly, they might have stuff closed door and I won't be streaming until 9-10 in the afternoon. Or they could say, okay, the jury's coming in at 10, but that means that I'm starting at like 8. So yeah, it's just always, if you're enjoying the case and the coverage, it's always good to have that bell kind of going.
Trials are really interesting, like just the way they handle things. is really
Yeah.
interesting.
And I've been getting requests to follow these cases. So it's something that I am totally thinking about, because not only are they interesting, they're educational.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm gonna think about it. The only thing I'm missing in my life right now is the time to cover the other cases I want to cover.
Yeah, if you're streaming something, a whole trial, it's kind of hard to keep up with everything else.
Well, yeah, and there's things you've got to check afterwards just to make sure. Like my notebook is just like, you should see it. It's such a mess. But then you've got over and kind of like, is this true? Is this true? What's it? You've got to do like some checking. And then the day before, you've got to be set up and ready to go. And yeah, it's just as work, but it's great work. I mean, it's a great cause. I am not complaining. But yeah, it's just different hours. Courts they have that luxury. And tomorrow actually is one of the days that I do believe the jury is coming in late. I start at 7:30. Yeah, I think they've got more stuff that they have to. I think they've got to get ready for the jury again. And this particular judge, he has said it more than one time that he does not like the jurors to just sit in that room, which is fair, because that would suck.
It kind of, I mean, we're not even sitting in the court and then like sitting there listening to some of their stuff. You're like, oh my God, when's lunch?
Yeah, and then the other day there was no lunch. And I was like, oh my God, I was like, oh my God, for me even. But then I'm thinking, those poor people, like.
And they
what the
stayed later.
hell?
That day was a day that they stayed late.
And they stayed late. Yes, they did. Yeah, yes, they did. I have not used an alarm clock, like I bet you, for almost 40 years. I don't own one. I don't have one. And I can usually just go, okay, I need to be up about this time. And somehow my little internal clock goes with it. But with this trial, it was good yesterday. It was good yesterday. I did okay. But there was one time I had 6 minutes. So Eagle Cam was like, what? Sorry, guys, we got to look at this for like 2 seconds now. Let me see. I want to see something. I'm wondering how dark it is over there. I'm going to Yeah, the birds are sleeping.
Where's this cam at, did you say? Was in
I've got a couple that are, it's called Kisatchie National Forest.
Kisatchie National Forest.
Yeah. I'm just,
where are the parents? They
I'm just going to
home
show
at
you.
night?
I'm going to take you there. There. This is in Africa. It's very noisy at night there.
We saw like a flash of light up in the sky. What is that?
This is the one. Okay, okay. This is the one that James likes the most.
Are the raccoons up?
I will take a look. This is James' favorite. And it is beautiful. I understand 100%. Oh, yes. Raccoons.
And I looked into that case that Perry was talking about the lady who disappeared walking her dog.
Yes.
There's like conflicting statements on there, and there's like a 20-minute gap that just doesn't make sense. There, like someone, I don't know. I would like if Perry, if you have any more info on what's going on with that case, if you can post it on Discord, because when I was watching it yesterday and I kind of looked into it, there was like conflicting statements from people, like of where her phone was found, where the harness for the dog was.
I haven't looked into that.
It's strange.
Oh, that's why.
Look
So
at all
are they in
these
the claim
raccoons.
room?
Why
Right?
do they have their own house?
They totally have their own house. We got one's playing in the little bedroom there.
Dribbles are
And,
tall.
just, oh, that's too funny.
There's like an abandoned house that's right next to my house. When I first moved in, and it was already night, and we went to leave. I think we were gonna go get food, and we just so happened to look up, and like on top of the abandoned house was like this 3-foot tall looking like raccoon. It was standing on his back legs, just staring at it.
Uh-oh, porn channel. Yikes. Oh my God, I don't want to. Get away from me, mister. Let's see here. Upstairs? Are they upstairs? No. She's going to tell you off, mister.
Did they seriously get these raccoons a spinning wheel? Is that a spinning wheel in the corner of the room?
I would imagine. Yeah, these guys are pretty set up.
And look, they even have their own beds on the floor. What is this? A raccoon camp?
It sure is. And then there's 2 that are over by the boat, and they're sleeping on a chair. Oh, there's 3 of them in there. I know I was kind of walking around too. I want to find the living room.
The trash pandas.
Where's the living room?
So instead of rehabbing this house, the people that own the house are like, oh, there's raccoons here. And they just like went and bought a whole bunch of cameras instead.
Right?
Of rehabbing it.
Yeah.
I'll be like, this will
Okay,
be
I
good
think
for the
that's
internet.
these.
People love raccoons.
Oh, it's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm missing one.
What a traumatic event that would have been. Like ruin your whole childhood and the rest of your life.
Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted. There we go. This is the one. This is kind of how we have been ending our streams, taking breaks. Gives you a little bit of a giggle. Having some snacks.
I don't know what I love more, the bucket or the old school TV in the corner.
And then, yeah, I haven't found one for the kitchen, but there's one. Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a few of them.
There's a doll. There's a doll laying on the couch with a bottle.
A slide and some chairs.
That's great.
They're definitely well fed.
That's so great.
I think I tagged Eagles. This is all dark. Yeah, damn.
What's on that picture that's hanging up? Are those like are those raccoons playing poker?
I think so. Yes, that's what we were
That
looking
is
at earlier.
Fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
That is fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know who the people are that own this, but I'd like to shake their hand just for.
Oh, right?
Yeah. I love the whole setup. The doll on the couch with the bottle.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Yeah, pretty damn awesome. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, friend, anything else that you want to go through before we call it?
Who's the vacuuming of this place?
I seen a guy in there yesterday morning doing some stuff in here. So they do have someone that keeps it poop free anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He didn't have a hazmat suit on, so I thought that was a good sign.
Did this guy have like any weapons, like some kind of like shield? Did he walk in? Because like raccoons are dangerous.
Yeah, they're mean. They're mean. Yeah, I don't know. I did not see when he was in. He was by that door there, and I don't know what he was doing over there, but none of the raccoons were moving around. So
They knocked on the door. Housekeeping.
The maid come and changes the towels. Yes.
That's funny. I need to see like a mini fridge in here somewhere with some beverages.
Right? Carrot juice for them. Well, you know what? I think that's I have ferrets and sugar gliders and chinchillas and skinny pigs to feed. So I should probably jump off and do my domestic duties. Thank you guys so much for like hanging out for like the better half of 6 hours today.
I was asleep till 3 o'clock this afternoon. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, well, that's okay. You needed it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to say good evening to everybody and say thank you very much for spending the time with us. Yeah, we appreciate every single one of you, and we'll absolutely see you in the next one.
Come join us.
Yeah, please do.
Ray Pan.
Bye.